closed session of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly-Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, there's nobody in the public here. Anybody online for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, with that, can I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Motion to recess to closed session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, can you cover what we're going to be covering in closed session?
Yes, as authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, conference with real property negotiator. The property is 555 North Harbor Drive, a portion of APN 7503-008-901. Items F2 through F9 under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F2, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20-STCP03193. For item F3, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy CD Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For item F4, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23-STCP02189. For F5, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Traus, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23-TRCP00325. For F6, the name of the case is New Community TLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23-STCB10146. For item F7, the name of the case is New Community TLA LLC and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22-TRCP00203. For item F8, the name of the case is New Community TLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al. Case number 23-STCP00426. And for item F9, the name of the case is Corteza Worley versus City of Redondo Beach, Quality Seafood Inc., BC Urban LLC, and those 1 through 25. Case number 25-TRCB00066. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Manager, who will be speaking to these items, please?
Yes, for all items this evening, myself and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. And then for item number F1, we will be joined by Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. That's
Okay,
all.
thank you. So we'll follow through with the vote. All for recessing to closed session?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, we are recessed to closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out and then start with the open session. Thank you. Closed session, so could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. City Manager Witsanski, anything to report from closed session?
Yes, Mayor. The case listed under item F9, the council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in the matter. So that's the only disclosure this evening.
Okay, and nothing that you need to read, City Clerk?
Nothing on this.
Okay. So, let's see, I'll take a motion to adjourn from closed session and open the regular open session.
So moved.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, so this is the regular meeting of the City Council. I'm calling the meeting to order. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Okay. I hate to do this all the time, but- Okay, now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence afterwards. I'd like to call up Maddie, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Maddie, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Maddie. I'm a fifth grader at Jefferson Elementary School. My favorite subjects in school are reading and writing. I love the pier and riding my bike along the strand in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and if you'd remain standing for a moment of silence. Maddie, thank you for leading us. You did a great job. Come on up. You did a really good job there, Maddie. Thank you. Way to go, Maddie. Awesome. So stand here, we'll get a picture. Thank you, Maddie. Well done. Okay, I have no presentations or proclamations tonight, so we'll go to announcements from the council and any AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. Councilmember Nierenheim.
No traveling for me right now, but next month I will. I just wanted to let everyone know my online community meeting is tomorrow night via Zoom and Facebook. Come on and join. It's on my councilmember page, Facebook page. There's a link for registration. You can just watch it on Facebook as well. 6:30 to 8:30. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Light. The District 2 community meeting for January will be a week from tonight on Zoom, 6 to 7:30. It will be a very special meeting. I think everybody will be very interested in learning what is going to be discussed, and that is we are having guests from RB Fire Department and Police Department to talk about the Palisades and Altadena Eaton Canyon fires. And it will be riveting. Hopefully they're going to have pictures, video. I think everybody obviously sends our best wishes to them and takes, we honor them for all the work they've done. But I think it'll be really interesting to hear from them what they went through and how we can prevent fires in our own area. So again, 6 to 7:30 next Tuesday. You can register redondo.org under District 2 on my district page. See you then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalujevic.
I don't have any announcements today. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Our joint community meeting, North Redondo, will be on February
3rd, 6
February
p.m.
3rd, 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. Councilmember Barrett geniusly came up with a great idea for what we should do then. He'll explain it. I just also wanted to let you know that Thursday and Friday per the AQMD are no burn days. Do not burn a fireplace with wood or anything in it due to the air quality being poor. Do not burn any open fires in the South Bay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Councilmember Obaji and I will be having a joint town hall in-person meeting on February 3rd, which is a Monday at 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, where we will welcome home and thank the first responders of the city of Redondo Beach, our firefighters and our law enforcement personnel. It will be in person. They will be taking questions, giving answers, and sharing their experience in battling one of the worst natural disasters in the history of the state. We'll hear how it happened, why it happened, what our first responders did to battle and support that effort. And could we have something like that here, a natural disaster? And are we prepared as a city and as individuals? So looking forward to it. Appreciate both departments providing personnel to be there and share those experiences. So thank you. We see Chief Hoffman's here, as well as our Fire Chief, Pat Butler. And thank you, Mr. City Manager. On a related note, the Public Works meeting for the community event, that's going to be continued to a later date. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Obaji.
One more thing I forgot now that you mentioned Public Works. Our Public Works Department last Tuesday did start hosing off all the playgrounds in the city of Redondo Beach. There's some parents concerned about ashes and the like, so they have soft hosed those down, which is better than hard power washing them and spraying the particulates back up in the air. So just want to let y'all know that.
And just to piggyback on
And
that.
thank you for that, by the way.
I did call the county public health department, and they don't have any guidance or recommendations other than what you just said. And of course, there's a leaf blower ban right now. So we're not stirring up more of the toxic ashes. You guys have covered what I was going to cover. I just want to say hats off to our first responders. And really, it seems like they're jumping in front of the cameras. I know they're not, but it seems like no matter where you turn in social media or on the news, there's a Redondo Beach fire engine or one of our first responders out there. So thanks to all of them. I know it's a sacrifice and putting their lives on the line for others, and couldn't be prouder of them. So with that, let's see, we'll go into the order of the agenda. Does anyone wish to change the order of agenda? Okay, so we'll move on. We're going to go into an agency recess right now. Could I get a motion to recess to the special meeting of the successor agency?
So moved.
I need a second. Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay. So now we are holding the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Member Nierenheim?
Here.
Member Lowenstein?
Here.
Member Kalutjedovich?
Here.
Member Obaji?
Here.
Member Barrett?
Here.
Chairman Light?
Here. Do we have any blue folder items?
Not for this this authority.
That's a no?
That's a no,
Okay.
not for this authority.
Okay, we've got items on the consent calendar. Does anybody wish to pull anything on the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does anyone from the audience wish to address any of the items C1 through C4 on the consent calendar for the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency? I see none in our audience. Anyone online?
If none,
Okay, I'll call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Okay.
okay. before
Anybody
you-
opposed? Okay, you have something you need to read.
I need to read, yes. Adopt by title only, resolution number SA 2501-01, a resolution of the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the city of Redondo Beach, California, approving and adopting a recognized obligation payment schedule pursuant to California Health and Safety Code Section 34177I. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the rest of the agenda items are empty. So I'll jump down to item J, member items and referrals to staff. Anyone have a referral to staff related to the successor agency? Okay, with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn back to our regular open session meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second, all four?
All right.
Okay, the motion passes. So now back to our regular city council meeting. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for the open session?
Yes. Okay, we have J1 regarding public participation on non-agenda items, public communications. For N1, the discussion and possible action of the city's draft cannabis regulatory ordinances, minor updates to the 3 draft ordinance, which are highlighted. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Motion to
Can I get a
approve.
motion to receive and file?
Receive and file blue folder items.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, all four?
All right.
Okay. Now we're jumping down to consent calendar. Those are items H1 through H15 on the agenda. Does any of the council wish to pull any of these items? Councilmember Nierenheim?
I do not.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajdzic?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji? Councilmember Barrett?
No.
Okay. I would like to, I don't want to pull anything, but I would like to highlight a couple things. Item H6 is a major step forward for Wilderness Park. We'll be, assuming we approve it tonight, we'll be approving a contract to restore the lower pond that was, we punched a hole in that years ago due to some leakage. So that will be being repaired. And I know, having worked down there for years, that's one of the most asked questions I get is when is the lower pond going to open back up? So we're finally approving that contract. And then related to that, on a harbor item, the Harbor Commission has been pushing for several years to reestablish our sea bass grow-out facility that we lost when Sea Lab closed. And finally, we're going to approve an amendment to the contract to build that. And from what I understand, they're already building the pen for the sea bass offsite. And that helps replenish an endangered fish right off of our coast here. So very pleased to see that come forward. So with that, I'll take a motion to approve.
Mayor, may I, before we make a motion, may I make a couple comments also actually about consent items?
Sure.
H14, I want to recognize our quality of life prosecutor, Joy Ford. People don't know necessarily, they see our pallet shelters here in Redondo Beach, don't realize that we actually rent space outside of the city within the SPA 8 to house in transitional housing unhoused people, homeless people who are here in Redondo Beach. And so Ms. Ford got us some grant funding so that we're able to extend five more units for rental outside of the city to continue to house people there while we build up and expand our pallet shelter. Secondly, I wanted to, on H15, that's our strategic plan. I wanted to point out, if we could light up 2B, please. That on goal 2, we have the top 4 things about vitalizing commercial areas of the city relate to Artesia Boulevard in North Redondo. And I'm glad to see that all 4 of those things are on target. In addition, affecting District 4, for our pallet shelters, our goal was to get Wi-Fi to the pallet shelters, and that's on target to be completed here in the next couple months. Very excited about that because it'll help those folks who are transitionally unhoused apply for jobs and get back into the workforce. And finally, I'll point out to Councilmember Barron's point, relative to maintaining a high level of public safety, I called Chief Butler today and asked him, is Redondo Beach prepared for a high wind event if a fire breaks out here at one of the houses? I know you guys are able to contain, put out a fire, keep it to one house in ordinary circumstances. Are you able to do it during high wind events? Is there anything else you need from the council? He said firmly, I'm very proud of where Redondo Beach Fire Department is right now. We're prepared. We think creatively about what kind of natural disasters could occur in the city, including on the waterfront, and we plan ahead for those. So thank you for that, Chief Butler. That's all, thanks.
Okay, any other comments before I take a motion? Okay, motion, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Does any member of the public, before we vote, wish to address the council on items H1 through H15? Okay, no one. Anyone online?
Okay, I have no one online. However, I just have one for H3 opposes, which is the minutes.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote then. All four?
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Okay, let's see, we have, oh, go ahead.
So H9, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2501-001, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2024-2025 budget modification to appropriate $13,698 in Bureau of Justice Assistant fiscal year 2024 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant JAG program funds to the city's intergovernmental grant funds. H10, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2501-002, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2024-2025 budget modification to appropriate $58,728 in grant year 2023 state Homeland Security Program grant funds to the city's intergovernmental grants fund. H11, adopt by title only ordinance number 3286-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, amending the Redondo Beach Municipal Code by adding Chapter 28, electric vehicle charging stations to Title IX to provide an expedient, streamlined permitting process for electric vehicle charging stations for second reading and adoption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Since we have no excluded consent calendar items, we'll be jumping down to J. This is public participation on non-agenda items. This section is for the public to speak to the city council on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section will be limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once during this time. Written requests are taken first, and I do have some tonight. So with that, number one is Ron Morocco, and then Sarah Martin is second.
You're going to have to put a clock up?
Yeah. Oh, what happened to the, oh, there we go.
Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Today is the 76th anniversary of our charter. On January 21, 1949, we adopted a charter that formed the city manager form of government. And I do want to thank the city manager, the mayor, and the council on their stewardship of our charter through this process. This has been my 30 years, it's been a very strong group of people running this show. In the foyer of the library, you'll see a display that talks about the charter. So if people want to go over and see it, they can. I don't know how long it's going to stay up, but it does describe it. So that's really good news. Second thing is not, as a resident of 30 years, I really have some issues with transparency of how the government is run. And I'm here to shine some sunlight today on some issues that I've noticed in the year 2024 and the beginning of 2025 with regards to the city governance. And I'm going to tell you 4 reasons why I believe that our city clerk needs to resign unless she can take care of and fix the problems. The first issue is the Public Records Act administration. A couple of weeks ago, I showed you a redacted receipt of a request, and it turns out it was improper redactions. And what I did learn from the city attorney is we don't have any local stuff, we follow the state statute. And what I was told is the things that were redacted were not relevant. However, I believe that the statute is not being implemented correctly in the city consistent with the statute. There was no reason attached to any of the information I received, which is in the statute, that says this is why you're not getting it. So I've asked the city attorney to review my request as well as whether the city is implementing the Public Records Act consistent with the statute. The second issue is the improper removal and alteration of public meeting recordings. On September 18th, 2024, if you go to the city website, you will see that there was a meeting canceled due to lack of quorum. If you went to YouTube for the month following that day, you would have actually seen that there was a meeting, it was called to order, there's a flag salute, there was a display, there's about 20 minutes worth of meeting. What ended up happening, but there was no quorum. And what ended up happening is, and as I understand it, the clerk took down the YouTube video. But if you also look at the minutes of this council, you will see that you do not know who the people were that were at that did not attend the meeting. I think it's an improper use of government to be able to take down things like that.
Sir, your time is up.
Okay. I have two others, but I've obviously,
If you email them to me, we'll follow through.
yes, I will follow through with.
What commission was, I'm sorry, what commission was that? Historic Commission?
What?
What commission, what were you talking about? Historic Commission?
Historical Commission.
Okay. I watched that one.
Okay, Sarah Martin and then Eugene Solomon.
Hello, I'm Sarah Martin, a 22-year resident of District 1. I'm speaking tonight to initiate my re-engagement with local politics with an intention to advocate for good governance in our community. The principles of good governance include transparency, accountability, responsiveness to the public, and good faith. It is my hope that my public speaking and writings elsewhere might motivate others in our community to also be more active and effective in advocacy for good governance anywhere that is important to them. As a former teacher and public speaker and a lifelong student of personal inquiry and developing healthy and productive habits of mind, I will be coming to this podium to talk about the principles of good governance. I will raise questions which I hope our elected, appointed, and hired public officials and members of the public will consider and form their own answers based on objective evidence informed by their unique personal perspectives. In addition, I plan to share these messages with the same intention and hopes at other local government agency public meetings. My prior experience in public advocacy with this city has been mixed. In one case, I came to this podium once when I believed the council and the city had grossly and improperly pursued a course of action which made a family whom I did not know begin to shoulder significant, heavy, hurtful burdens on a daily basis. To the credit of late Mayor Brand, the council, and City Public Works Department, the matter was reopened, a new plan was made, and that family's life has been made easier, their challenges more bearable, and their feeling of living amongst people who care about them restored. In the other case, I and others failed utterly over 5 years trying to restore accessible, affordable community sailing after a former Rec and Parks director sunk the program by fiat with no recourse. Despite talking many times with everyone with responsibility for or interested in that program, and despite presenting documented evidence of ongoing mismanagement and multiple instances of illegality, we were not heard. Others' private and personal agendas took precedence. That brick wall, no transparency, accountability, responsiveness to the public, or good faith dealings is poor governance. It has cost the public who could avail themselves of low-cost, accessible sailing, years of access, experience, healthy recreation, and enjoyment. As a fierce advocate for the principles of good governance, I hope to help the public benefit from an environment in which our public agencies are transparent with objectives, priorities, resources, and outcomes, and accountable to the public for those things, responsive to the public whose needs and best interests by law they serve, not private special interests. And I hope they operate with good faith, not hidden agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, right on time. I do want to address something there. I mean, this is something that I've been tracking since it came up at the Harbor Commission. I think it was probably a little over 2 years ago. And it is a bit of an embarrassment that our sailing school isn't open right now. However, with a new community services director. I understand we are making progress and we're in weekly discussions with the winner of that contract. Is that correct? So I'm trying to press to resolve this, and I know the community services is working it as well. So thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, and I hope this time that actually turns out to be so.
I hope so too. Eugene Solomon and then Jess Money.
Good evening, members of the council. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. Hope is not a plan. Steve Johnson, a fellow Budget and Finance Commissioner with me, used to say that in our meetings. And I heard it echoed from some of our public safety people like our former Chief Kaufman. Hope is not a plan. I had hoped that when I appeared before you slightly less than a year ago and urged you to come up with some revenue initiatives, that you would respond to that. But so far, you've done nothing. Almost nothing. You did raise fees on residents for parking and for after-school programs. But when it came to some of the other significant issues that would raise hundreds of thousands of dollars rather than tens of thousands of dollars, you've done nothing. You haven't even brought it here to discuss it. It was part of your budget motion that was passed, that was proposed. Hope is not a plan. Increasing personnel costs in the millions of dollars. We can expect increasing costs for our insurance after the series of catastrophes that have befallen the state. Just general inflationary pressures are going to raise the cost rate to the city. Talk about not being business friendly. What about resident friendly? Passing those costs on to residents. Remember Councilmember Obaji, when he ran the first time, talked about his predecessor, and his predecessor said something like, I think the residents of Redondo Beach are ready for more fees and taxes. And quite rightly so, Councilman Obaji said, no one asked me. I'm not ready for that. Hope is not a plan. I urge you to bring forward and stop delaying, at least discussing some of the revenue producing initiatives that you have in your strategic plan that have been brought up here at the dais, that we know that the city staff has been working on. At least discuss them, bring them forward, vet them out. Don't ignore it, because otherwise you're just hoping something's going to get better rather than acting to make something better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jess Money. And that's the last card I have.
Motion to receive and file.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Need a second? No second.
I mean, kind of have.
Second.
Sorry, Greg.
Jess
all
Money.
four?
Aye.
I think we have
Oh, okay.
uniform.
Jess Money, District 3. Last week, I sent these documents to the district attorney concerning the much ballyhooed homeless outreach program, which it turns out is not only illegal, but criminal on both the misdemeanor and felony levels. Why is our homeless outreach run out of the city attorney's office instead of community services? The answer is obvious. It allows City Attorney Mike Webb and City Prosecutor Joy Ford to manufacture a campaign platform for Ms. Ford to run on as Webb's designated protege successor. I can see the ads now. Joy Ford, a win-win. Solved the city's homeless problem and kept the crime rate low. Unfortunately, the city attorney's office, as defined in section 11.2 of the city charter, has no requirement, position, or authority to conduct such programs, nor does it have the authority to solicit, collect, or disperse either grant monies or city funds for the operation of the pallet shelter, to act as a legal representative on behalf of those who claim to be homeless, or to hire a homeless navigator. Speaking of whom, I have only heard good things about Lily O'Mura Garcia. I'm sure she will be surprised to learn that the city's top law enforcement officer sends her out on a daily basis to commit statutory felonies. I sympathize with those who are homeless through no fault of their own. However, many pallet shelter residents have mental health and/or addiction problems,
while some are recidivist career lawbreakers who pose a threat to the safety and quality of life of city residents. Currently, if you are arrested for a misdemeanor but claim to be homeless, instead of going to jail, you get chauffeured to the pallet shelter. If you have outstanding bench warrants, Joy Ford attempts to get them withdrawn and has even tried to get prior convictions expunged. These are the duties of a defense counsel, not a city prosecutor. Great effort has been made to hide the truth about the pallet shelter. 4 shelter residents have died, but the city refuses to release any details. It is known, however, that shelter residents have criminal records for the manufacture, sale, and possession of brass knuckles, theft, possession of drug paraphernalia, and disorderly conduct while under the influence. There have been numerous instances at the shelter of fistfights, assaults, theft, drug use, and even a person found passed out naked on the ground. If you need mental health counseling, the city foots the Uber bill to and from West LA. If you have to appear before the city's homeless court, either the police or Uber will deliver and return you. The city also funds housing for the homeless at the Moonstone
sorry, Jess, your
Project
time
in
is
South
up.
Redondo. Well, nobody's going to extend me, obviously.
Please stop extending.
But I'll just close out by saying, I urge the council to move this program to city community resources where it belongs and prevent the city
Okay, your
attorney's office
time's
from
up.
committing future crimes.
Request for clarification. So you're calling our, you're saying that our homeless navigator, Lila O'Mora Garcia, is a criminal and Joy Ford is a criminal?
All 3 of them, technically.
Okay,
The
thank you.
difference.
Thank you, that's all.
Okay, yeah. Well, you know.
I'm cutting off.
Hey, if it's against the law,
Thank
it's
you.
against the law.
Okay, anyone from the public wish to address the council?
First of all, who amongst us has not passed out naked somewhere? First of all, I don't know where the number of 4 dead people from the pallet shelter are. There were none. I talked to Lila. I actually have worked with Lila lately, and I want to tell you, she has not only commended every single one of you for helping and helping a lot, and Mike Webb and Joy Ford. And I would name you each by your names, but I can't say the councilman's last name. Sorry, you'll have to teach me. You know, I think this is all political right now, but I'm really asking the people who are attacking probably one of the best programs in the city,
In the state?
not to, in the state, maybe in the country, not to attack the most vulnerable amongst us. It's really sad because the people of the city, and again, all of you council persons, all of you persons, City Attorney Webb and Joy Ford, if you're listening to me, Mike, you're supposed to be counting my jokes. But, you know, I get it, it's political season. You know, it comes with the Santa Ana wins. But let's not attack the most vulnerable upon us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I heard an interesting person speak earlier about hope is not a plan. And it got me thinking, today's the 21st of January. And in about 4 weeks, ballots are going to be coming to all of our homes and we're to vote. Talked to my neighbors about it and not one of them understands anything about ranked choice voting. What are we doing to educate the public on ranked choice voting? And by the looks on some of your faces, I can see you're just as equally quixotic about it as I am. The public doesn't know. They really don't. Having a link here and there might be something we do, but whatever outreach, I know in November, we were supposed to start a process to educate, you know, the tens of thousands of residents in our city, they're going to be voting. But I talked to about a half dozen of my neighbors just over the weekend, just working in the front yard. Not one of them understands a thing about ranked choice voting. What are we going to do and when are we going to do it? And to quote our illustrious treasurer, hope is not a plan. Let's get off our collective backsides and do something about it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council at this time?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. Sorry I couldn't come last meeting, but I just want to warn you if you're going to plan this electric car charging and thing. So make sure you don't put it in houses or close to buildings. And just remind you, you know, all these environmentalists doesn't know that, but the plant is burning with all the electric batteries up in Northern California because, you know, it's very hard to store electricity. The other thing, and then when they get on fire, these batteries, you know, no fireman can put it out. Anyway, so I was dragging my old body on the bike pad. I think it was Sunday or Saturday, and I noticed that a bunch of people destroyed the vegetation. You know, the good ivy, what holds up the slope at the esplanade, it all was taking out, and thankfully, that was no rain. And it's not coming big rain, because if it does, you know, all the native plants, what was there already, they all dead, you know what I mean? So these poor people digging holes, putting in these native plants, you know, and only thing is good about it, the gophers love it. You know, the gophers go eat the roots. So I live here like 4 years. I did not see the native plants thrive, you know, only the ivy was good. Ivy was good, but I don't know if it's a good idea, you know, taking out all that ivy and thank God we don't have a rain, you know, thank God we don't have a rain. Because I understand ivy is not a native plant, but it was working good for dozens of years. So hopefully we don't get a rain ever, because how it looks like, it's already dusty, so it's all gonna wash down to the bike pad, you know? I don't know if you heard it, you know, in between the Red Beach and PV, you know, we had a big slide a year ago or 2 years ago. So, and you have a bike pad at Esplanade, you know, but already is sliding down 2 years and nobody fixed it, nobody took care of it. So it's not too late. You know, they already did like only the third of them, so it's not too late. You could tell them, get the hell out of there and put back the ice plants. You know, so I can drag my old body on the bike pad, you know, and enjoy the fresh air and stuff, because if you have to close that down, you know, that ice plant was there for a reason. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd just say come back in May and June to the Bluff and you'll see the endangered El Segundo blue butterfly thriving there.
I saw that 20 years ago.
Okay, anyone else wish to address the city council on non-agenda items?
Receive and file.
Motion to receive and file?
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and people who are here and people who are listening. I'm Joan Irvine, District 1, and I am running for mayor. I think the last meeting, I brought up the fact of people putting out information on social media that I really think is inappropriate. Hey, free speech is free speech, but when you're putting out just really weird information, that is, all it is to try to attack somebody's character based on innuendos. That is not the Redondo way. And I want you to take a look at the third page, because it wasn't just me. They've gone after other people who are running, and the third page is about you, Mayor Light. They actually attacked you, that, you know, Light going to the dark side for doing your job as mayor. This is not the way that Redondo Beach should be. And I'll tell you, the people who have been supporting me, they immediately wanted to go, let's go after them. And I said, no, time out. No, we do not want this type of behavior going on in our city. Our city deserves better. You know, if they want to talk about something, let's talk about data. Let's talk about facts. but don't be putting this type of stuff out there because it's an insult to our community and we deserve better. And a lot of this was done behind, anonymous, Facebook groups. But then this weekend, something came up and I was even more shocked. I just found out about it yesterday and I had attended the Women's Club luncheon where I was there with a lot of women and women my age, a little bit older, a little bit younger. And we were all talking about, what we went through as women as we were trying to get into business. And we were talking about how there hasn't been a female elected mayor since 1928 here in Redondo. And we were talking about, there was a mayor that came in, that I guess her husband, but she wasn't elected mayor from what I've been able to find out. But what we were talking about, also some of the misogyny that goes on in this town. And then what happens, something comes out on the Redondo Beach residents that, and I can name names because it's right there, Steve Cowan, who is running for city attorney, made a comment about a group that is doing work at residence to help people. And he put in, he said, somebody could get hurt or sued by the owner of people who are there working on it. Was that risk explained to the homeowner by the stay-at-home mom councilwoman? How dare somebody who is running for our city attorney would put out that type of comment? What an insult to our city, what an insult to our city council person, and what an insult to every woman and every man in our city. So I just wanted to bring that up and thank you.
Mr. Irvine, do you have that to receive and file?
I don't have that, I have it,
Okay.
I can send it to you.
Anyone else wish to address the council at this time?
Georgette Gantner, District 2. Ms. Irvine just mentioned about mayor. The last mayor we had was Barbara Dorr. She was council person for 2 terms and also mayor 1985 to 1997.
Anyone else wish to address the city council at this time?
Mr. Mayor, city council members, city manager, and staff, thank you very much for allowing me to share this thought. First, thank you very much for the support of your council members to me on my concern related to homelessness. I personally, as I own an apartment building here in the city, needed that support, and they gave it to me like I couldn't even imagine that anyone would make such a great effort as your members have. So I'd like to thank you for that. I do own a building here in the city, and that wasn't the reason why I'm speaking tonight. But over the last 40 years, I've allowed 3 individuals from the city who were homeless to live in my building without any cost to them for a period of time. Today, I think it was Lila, mentioned in this meeting, contacted me a few years ago, and we did allow, and we currently have 1 person who is living in the building and doing okay, homeless, but they're doing okay. The city does help out through the HUD program, and they do support him. So I'd like to make mention of that. The reason I came to speak tonight, I'm appreciative of the response from multiple members of this council, as I've just spoken about. May I take this opportunity tonight to share one further concern. Within a period of 1 week, I observed e-bikes being ridden dangerously. To be specific, the e-bikes were ridden without regard for observing stop signs, riding in the proper direction on a one-way street. Please recognize that this behavior jeopardizes the well-being, of course, of the e-bike driver or rider and the additional concern of the motorized vehicles. Anyway, I thank you again. Tremendous support from this council. Mayor, thank you again.
And thanks for what you're doing, appreciate it. Anyone else wish to address the council at this time? Come on, any students kind of want to come up and take a chance? No? Anybody online?
Yes, I have in Zoom, Nancy Skiba.
Good evening. Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nancy Skiba, District 4, Public Safety Commissioner. I'm also very disturbed by the fact that certain parties are using the social network pages on Facebook, our local Redondo pages, to spew all kinds of scandalous and dangerous comments about a city council person who did nothing wrong, about fellow commissioners, and about the city attorneys, and hinting about lawsuits and all of this. It's really a terrible, terrible situation. And it's an embarrassment to the Public Safety Commission, and who has been suffering through all of this sort of thing. And several of us have been actually pretty much forced to turn over our personal emails and our Redondo City org emails because somebody thinks we may be talking about them. And therefore, we now have to be under scrutiny as if that this is the Watergate trial or something. But it's very, very disturbing, and it's very, it's just terrible behavior. I just am so shocked by all of it, I can't even believe it. And also that for some reason I'm unable to view the person's postings for some unknown reason, and which sounds like as if I may have been blocked. I don't know, but I really hope that there's some way that we can protect our commission and our city from this kind of crazy behavior that's making everybody upset. I just am just so worried about this kind of thing where people are being ripped apart from one side to the other. And like in the case of Zain Obaji, who's being persecuted for no reason. And it's just, and scandalous comments said, encouraging people not to vote for him in the upcoming election. Okay, so these things are being looked at by higher up in the city, thank God. But what's happening now is really shameful, and it's hurtful, and it's just so wrong. So I hope that if you have any way of looking into this and assisting our commission or the people who have been subjected to this, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that's the end of our 30 minutes.
Yep.
We will move on. Let's see, going down to item N1. This is discussion and possible action on the city's draft cannabis regulatory ordinances. Elizabeth, I think the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Madam Clerk, would you share my screen? So tonight for discussion are the draft cannabis regulatory ordinances in their entirety. We have been working on our cannabis retail program in Redondo Beach since 2018. Up on the screen, you see the timeline starting with the establishment of the Cannabis Steering Committee. And in 2021, the committee's recommendations were shared with the council. And from there, the ordinances were prepared and presented to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council. Our regulatory ordinances were adopted in September 2022, and Measure CT was then approved by voters in March 2023. The cannabis regulatory ordinances that were approved in September 2022 are the ordinances that we are amending with the draft being considered tonight by the City Council. So in December 2023, staff had identified some discrepancies and some ambiguities in the existing ordinances. And that's when we began the work of refining them just to ensure that they were truly reflective of council's directions and intent. And that's what we have been working on with the City Council for the past year. So as a quick review, on the screen you see the existing ordinances. Ordinance numbers 3241-22 and 3235 amend the municipal code to allow for commercial cannabis activities in the city. There are two of them because they each address a different zone within the city. One is inland and one is coastal. They are identical in content, and what they do is they provide definitions as well as zoning requirements for the operation of cannabis businesses in Redondo Beach. And then the third ordinance, ordinance number 3240-22, regulates commercial cannabis activities in the city and provides things like operating standards, application procedures, and it's also the ordinance that contains the tax rate. So again, these are the ordinances that were adopted in 2022, and the drafts are attached to the agenda tonight are amendments to these ordinances. So a few items to note since we last discussed the ordinances in December. The first is that the edits provided by the City Council at the December 17th meeting last year were included in the latest drafts. Also, you'll see the whereas recitals in the existing ordinances are a bit outdated, and the city attorney has committed to updating those, but he wants to wait the planning commission meeting to take place, and then afterwards, before we bring them back to council, he'll update it for you. And then the final notable update is that the scoring matrix is now embedded in the ordinance. It's no longer an attachment, so it's now a referenceable section of the Muni Code. So here are the next steps for tonight. First is council's discussion tonight and any additional direction, comments, or edits that you want to provide to staff related to the ordinances. Next, prior to being brought to council for first reading, these ordinances must be reviewed by the Planning Commission during a publicly noticed hearing that is currently scheduled for February 3rd. And once reviewed by the Planning Commission, staff will work with the City Attorney's Office to prepare these ordinances for first reading at the February 11th meeting.
So, if I may, on item 2, are we asking for a review of the whole ordinance or a limited part of the ordinance?
I will be presenting just the updated sections of all 3 ordinances to the Planning Commission for review.
Okay.
And specifically, it's my understanding that their purview is really the sections and updates that pertain to the zoning ordinance.
So the distances and
Buffer maps, things of those nature. So we'll be focusing on those particular amendments in the conversation with the Planning Commission, making them aware of all the hard work that the council has done over the last few years on the matter. But I believe their purview is specific to the impact on the zoning ordinance sections of our 3 current documents.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So in that order is staff's recommendations on the screen, inclusive of direction to the Planning Commission and to staff. But that concludes my presentation for tonight. I'm available to answer any questions the council may have.
Do we know that the commissions can support on the 3rd?
Yes, Mark has reached out to see if calendaring is available, and he has confirmed that he would have quorum that evening if the council approves staff's recommendation.
A quorum, but, I mean, is there a substantial amount missing, or?
Mark, you want to come on up? I don't think we have unanimous attendance, but I do believe we have substantive quorum.
2 commissioners will not be able to attend that meeting, but we will have 5 in attendance that can hear this item.
So 2 of the 7?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. And is that your last?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Open it up to the council right now. Councilmember Narenheim, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just, I was going over the staff report, reminding me actually of the immense amount of time since 2000, really, I mean, you said 2018, really since 2017 when we put in the moratorium in place. I was here for the finalization of that. So none of these, we're not creating any new ordinances. We're just updating and making these things better and making sure everything's in harmony.
Correct.
Right? The application process.
Correct.
So nothing's new. We're just making it more bulletproof.
That is correct.
Excuse me. And incorporating the procedures for the application.
Yes.
Basically.
Right. Okay. And then after February 3rd, it'll come back to us on February 11th
Yes.
as a public hearing.
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, I've got no other hands up. So I'll open up to public comment, but before I do that, I just want to commend both this council and Director House and city staff for doing this. I've only been involved since February 20th, but there's been a substantial amount of time and effort put into this round of these changes, and I'm very impressed that we got through it all and that we're at this point. So I'm hoping we can wrap this up and get on to other things on our agenda, because this has absorbed a significant amount of time on our agenda since I've been sitting up here. So appreciate all the hard work. With that, I'll open it up to public comment. We do have one card. Courtney Karen.
Good evening, everyone. We're almost there. This is really exciting. I'm, of course, happy to be here and spend some time with you again tonight. Just a couple of quick things. In section 1, number 2 of the application criteria, It says applicant must provide a record of compliance with local, state, and federal regulations, including any disciplinary actions or violations, and it continues on from there. What specifically are you expecting? There is nothing in the ordinance that explains it. There has still been given no direction to applicants on what will suffice as documentation of proof of compliance. Because as we've mentioned before, the only thing that you are issued for proof of compliance from most cities, counties, and the state is a renewal license. So if a renewal license of a previous store that you're operating is enough to show that there's compliance, great. Then we should probably say that in some sort of instruction so that it's clear. If you have no, let's say, regulatory violations, is just stating we have no regulatory violations on file with any city, county, or state that we've operated in, is that enough to receive the full points in this section? So there is still not enough information of what can be provided to achieve the full points. Okay, section 3, number 1, the applicant must provide CPA verified financial statements for the last 3 years of operation. Is this the last 3 years of operation for an existing business they have, or is this 3 years of operation like a pro forma that you want a CPA to verify for the business that you are bringing forth in Redondo? The reason that I ask that is because in the same section, numbers 3 and 5 are asking for criteria that also should appear in a properly designed pro forma about the business that you are bringing to Redondo. So it's simply not clear by asking applicant must provide CPA verified financial statements for at least 3 years of operation if this is for the city's application or something that a business you are already operating. It appears that this section is referring to financials for Redondo Beach. And if so, is the requirement for a CPA verified financial statement, it really doesn't make any sense. Are you just asking us to give it to our CPA and say like, hey, look at this pro forma, does this sound good? I mean, the CPA really isn't going to know because it's all projections. A pro forma is a projection of what you as business operators think. Sure, we'll give it to them and they'll sign off on it based on their experience of looking at, I guess, pro formas or maybe profit and loss from your other businesses, but it isn't all that clear why you would want a CPA to verify it if it's for a business that hasn't yet occurred. So I was just hoping for some clarification on those sections. Thank you.
Thank you. So a couple questions, right? I kind of feel like we're getting to the point of perfect is the enemy of good enough and we'll never achieve perfection. I would ask Cheryl, can we, when we put out this request for applications, can we clarify these as we're putting them out?
I don't have an answer for you there. I'm just kind of getting here. I've been involved.
I understand. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, Mike Webb would be the person to answer that. I don't know if Elizabeth has any insight on that question. I can look at it and get back to you on that, but because I have not worked on this ordinance, I do not have the.
Yeah, it just seems every little tweak we make to respond, we get a new tweak the next time and we'll never get there. I believe through, a question and answer period, when we put out the actual request, we could get to the more detail on that, and it may change over time. So I hate to sit here and take another, 2 or 3 meetings to hone out these minor details that really we can handle just through the process of releasing the requests for application or the opening of the application period and the back and forth between the applicants that we
Yeah,
would
that
make
makes
available to
sense.
all applicants
Yeah.
as we answer them.
Yes, what you're saying makes sense. I would have to probably get
I
with
understand.
Elizabeth
I
and
understand.
Mike to
Thank you.
properly answer your question.
Director House, looks like you were nodding your head.
In agreement, and then for section 3.1, I can make a minor tweak just to confirm what that section meant, because I do have comments from the council on that section specifically. You wanted 3 years of an existing business, so
Right.
Yeah.
Backwards.
backwards. So I
That's
will
what I
make that
thought it was, too.
clarification.
That's what I thought it was.
Okay. Okay, any other member of the public wish to address this item?
Good evening. I realized there was measures CT and E, and I know what they did. CT approved the tax and E requested 3 dispensaries. It failed, so it went to 2. Was there a measure and was it required And did we ever vote? Was the public asked if they wanted dispensaries in Redondo Beach? Because from what I'm seeing on those two measures, and I'm not familiar with another one, and I don't know if it was required, but an ordinance was passed, I realize that. I know the history of everything and Catalyst and everything that happened, but I can't see anything where we voted, the public voted on this to say yay or nay, because I know in past meetings, people would come up and they seemed confused and they were saying, did we vote on it? And I thought, I don't think we did. So do you guys know? And was it required? Did it need to be put for a vote?
So we don't typically take questions and answers, but I
Oh,
will
okay.
provide a quick answer from my perspective. We're not required to put it to a vote, and I believe it was Councilmember Barrett brought up, rightfully so, that we have never directly polled the people, do you want cannabis dispensaries in Redondo Beach? There was a
Okay.
general statewide one, and the
Yes.
majority of Redondo residents voted to legalize cannabis, but beyond that,
Okay.
there's been no
that's-
formal vote of the
Okay,
people.
that's what I found too. Okay, and the second thing is just a suggestion, since the location of the two dispensaries seems to be kind of a contentious issue, maybe at one of the meetings, maybe you guys start thinking about locations and bring them forward, maybe everybody thinks of 5. And that at one of the meetings, when a decision needs to be made, maybe that would be more expeditious in determining where they'll be located. Because if, that's like a huge situation, if it can't be determined, then, I mean, this is going to be big, but why even have the ordinance if you don't know where to put them? So it's just a suggestion. I think that needs to be either discussed before the meeting or if it's Brown Act, whatever, during, something to think about.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Hello, everyone. It's Porchop again. I know I voted for this, legalizing marijuana in the state of California, but after I kind of changed my mind because, I did not like that. I thought it's going to be regulated like cigarettes and alcohol by the state. And as it looks like, unfortunately, not every city making their own rules and this and that. But I just want to give you an advice, not lecturing. Many of you did not know probably, but I used to live in Berkeley on Telegraph Avenue. And boy, you could buy anything there, I'm telling you. And I did not even know that, but I helped out a guy who was a drug dealer. I did not know it. He just says, hey, Andy, watch my stash, because he was selling little flowers, little flowers. And these kids coming out of the university just bought it. But just an advice, if you have any location where to have a shop, make sure you have a food outlet, like a fast food or something, because the guy who was having a store next to this guy who's selling from the van, illegally, of course, they had a pizza place. And, he started to sell the pizza, one slice and one drink. So all these kids came out of the university. They were rich kids, Berkeley, Berkeley. And then they bought a little flour pot, $1. And then after they, came back and eat stuff. So that way, it would be very profitable for the city because people eat more, because more they smoke, the more they eat. And taxes, sales tax, that's a killer in America, and that would make the dollar circulate, buy a joint, smoke a joint, buy a pizza, buy a McDonald's burger. So that's a killer idea, But unfortunately, I don't enjoy smoking anymore or drink anymore, and I'm not going to start marijuana. So I'm not going to be able to contribute to this endeavor for the city and the big money that comes in. And the other thing is maybe you want to set up close to like Torrance also, because Torrance doesn't do this selling marijuana thing. So all the customers from Torrance, they would flock to the city or whatever you call them, because in Torrance, you cannot buy this stuff. They are against it, absolutely zero. So all the people could come here and your people come to Torrance for the pickleball because they're building pickleball courses in Torrance. So everybody welcome in Torrance, pickleball. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item?
Joan Irvine, District 1. First of all, I've been here since 2017, so thank you so much for getting to this point. One of the things, everybody knows I've been an advocate, and everybody knows that I'm running for mayor, and some people have told me if I go against cannabis now, they'll support me. And what I ended up doing was an informal survey, and I talked to a lot of people. And I was really surprised that I was surprised that there is an overall support for having 2 cannabis dispensaries. Because what they're concerned about, I found from the parents I talked to, that it seemed like they were concerned that the stores were going to be looking like the smoke shops or looking like the illegal cannabis shops that were in North Redondo. And once you talk to them about that, they were going, okay, so it's going to be a nice looking store. That's not what it's going to be looking at like. And also, the general consensus is they'd rather have 2 legal, highly regulated stores than what's existing now. You don't think that cannabis is all over the city, that there's delivery, that the kids aren't buying it from the black market? That is going on now. And knowing the black market, and I spent 25 years in online child protection, as I've mentioned before, and I ran a child pornography reporting hotline for 9 years, like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And I know what the black market does. The black market isn't just selling them cannabis, it's selling them other drugs. Also, the black market, if they get these kids, these kids they're being bullied, they can be molested, they can be trafficked. I mean, I've seen that, and I've seen the worst of that. And and so these people will sell anything to anybody. They do not care. And I'm just like, I just think it's so important. Plus, when you have legal stores, if the black market isn't making money, they don't stick around. They go on to something else. I mean, I worked to cut off the money sources. I worked with MasterCard, Visa, and American Express when I was involved in this. And if you cut off their income, they're going to be going someplace else. So I just want to say that really we need to get away from this fear. I think 2 dispensaries will get rid of a lot of the black market. And also that we want to do, I wouldn't do anything. I spent 25 years in online child protection. I would not do anything to jeopardize children or my reputation and legacy by supporting cannabis dispensaries if I thought it was going to hurt children. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
I'd like to say, like, as a resident of District 4, Redondo Beach, that the one
Could you
time.
give your name, sir?
My name's Christopher. The one time that I did see like a dispensary in Redondo, like on Steinhardt and Aviation or Stanford and Aviation, that it really wasn't a good idea. I feel like when they did have it go there, there's a lot of people from different neighborhoods coming into our neighborhood and breaking into like their work trucks and stuff. So I feel like when it did happen, I live like a block away from there, and there'd be people coming in, like parking in front of our house and stuff, and coming in, like it was around the same time our trucks kept getting broken into, so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else online?
We have no e-comments. However, we have 5 e-comments which oppose, and we have no Zoom at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to the council. So there's 3 things that
Madam
are
Clerk,
being asked of us tonight.
I'll have it up on the screen for you in a moment, so it's easier. There you go.
Go ahead.
So the direction we're asking council for is if you want to direct the planning commission to go ahead and have their discussion, review the ordinances and discuss them at their February 3rd special meeting. And then after that, direct staff to present the ordinances for first reading at the February 11th meeting.
Thank you. Okay, any from the council, any motions?
I'll just make a motion to direct staff to have a special meeting of the Planning Commission on February 3rd and take any comments and edits that we've had from City Council here and implement as per the public comments. And then have our first reading on February 11th as a public hearing.
So incorporate the comment that we heard Director House reference tonight.
Section 3.1.
Hold the meeting on, call for the meeting on the 3rd, and then
Special Planning
back to
Commission
us
meeting.
on February 11th.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a public hearing.
Okay, can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Councilmember Obaji?
Sure, Christopher, just to respond to your point, I'm very cognizant of that, just illegal dispensary that was on Aviation and all the trauma that it inflicted on that neighborhood over there. Oh, so there we go, thank you. Very, very cognizant of that, spoke to the residents in the area about that. We also had one on Artesia Boulevard and Phelan. And fortunately, the one on Artesia and Phelan had a parking lot that was sufficient to house all the folks on it, and had a security guard that would stand out there with a gun. And so I didn't hear about too much crime emanating from there. But we took those experiences with those unlawful dispensaries that we spent enormous amounts of money trying to crack down on and ousting them, only for them to open up another religion and start selling cannabis. In drafting this ordinance, these ordinances, trying to protect against any on-site advertising, ensuring that they have a security plan that they offer to us to show us how they're going to keep the site secure, how they're going to ensure that they're not having a detrimental effect on the environment around them. And that is going to be weighed in consideration when they come up for a renewal and try to get a license again in the future. What impact did they have on the surrounding community, both in terms of noise, crime, you name it. So trash. So good point, but trust me, we're cognizant of those experiences, and what we're trying to do here is get something legal going that generates revenue so we can reinvest in public safety and education for our youth to stay away from cannabis.
Christopher, are you here as a student today? Well, you should get some extra credit. I applaud you coming up and letting your opinion be heard.
Yeah.
Really applaud that. We'd love to hear more of that from the students, because we get a lot of people our age. It's great to hear from the youth of Redondo. So thank you for having the courage to stand up. With that, anyone else wish to address this item before I call the vote?
I'd just like to add that, I think it's been mentioned that this has been taking a long time. There's many years, many hundreds of hours of work into creating this ordinance, revising the ordinance, because as it was mentioned, we do have an ordinance already. So this is just completing the infrastructure for us to be ready to open 2 cannabis stores when the time comes. So I think it's important that we take this step and we complete this work. I want to thank you, Director House and staff, for all your work on this. Those are all my comments right now.
Okay, and Director House, from this motion, do you have enough to go forward?
Yes, sir, I do.
No questions for clarifications or anything?
No.
City Manager Witansky? Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
So 4-1, motion passes. Thank you. Let's see, going on now to item N2. Almost on a similar vein. Let's see, a discussion regarding updating our municipal code to address smoke shops and a little bit different subject, notary services in Riviera Village. Mark, you're going to address this one?
I am, yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So one of the City Council's strategic planning goals is evaluating ways to attract new businesses to the city and also reducing some of the regulatory barriers. The Community Development Department is in the process of evaluating ways to streamline the process to open a new business in the city, along with streamlining our other procedures and processes to obtain a permit in general. The item that we're bringing to you tonight is really to discuss the business permitting standards and how that may help reduce some of the regulatory barriers for businesses, along with a focus on smoke shops and office uses in the Riviera Village District, and how we can better regulate some of those uses. So there's essentially three ways that a business can be permitted within the city and most cities. One is permit by right. That's simply a business license. That's required of all business entities that do business in the city. And that's probably the most streamlined process. It's really, you look at the use, if it's allowed within the zoning code, then you just go straight to a business license. There's no public hearing, there's no noticing. It's a by right use. The other type of way to permit a business is a conditional use permit, or CUP for short. With this process, it goes to a planning commission hearing. There's public noticing for it. The decision is discretionary, and in order to approve it, certain findings have to be made, and the city can apply special conditions to the permit as well. And this certainly adds additional cost and time to the process for opening a new business within the city. However, it does provide the city with more authority to regulate the business type and how it operates. And then finally, the third type is an administrative use permit. This is a staff decision. There's public noticing. It's also discretionary, so the city has discretion over evaluating the business and its compatibility with the surroundings. And the city can apply special conditions in this case. That said, the AUP process is much more streamlined than the conditional use permit process. It's a lot less expensive. And it's really, of the three business types, the city relies on permit by right and conditional use permit. We don't have too many business types that are subject to the administrative use permit process. We do have the AUP process for different types of design review, for smaller condo buildings, things like that, but not so much for the business uses. So before I get into the smoke shops in the Riviera Village District, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the some of the current uses that require some of the uses in our code that require a CUP currently that we may want to consider evaluating as to whether it's necessary, and maybe it could simply be approved by a business license or an AUP. One is personal improvement services. That would include a business that does photography, a music or dance studio where they give lessons, any type of health or physical fitness. Another type of use in the code that requires a CUP includes clubs and lodges, child daycare centers, regardless of size. And this is just a few of the examples I'm providing from the code. And I'm providing examples here that are really somewhat typically benign in terms of the business operations. There's really minimal potential for an impact to the neighborhood, and could potentially be more fitting to be approved through an AUP process or possibly permit by right. And I do have massage businesses listed on here also. And staff's thought on that is that we do have these go to the planning commission. Usually the way they can operate is pretty well dictated by the code. And there's a 1,000-foot barrier or radius that needs to be around each business. You can't have any more than one within 1,000 feet. And this may be something that may be more efficient handled as an AUP process.
Can I interrupt you a second?
Yes.
I apologize. I guess I'm confused. The agenda item says that it's about modifying land use regulations and business permitting standards pertaining to smoke shops and notary services. This seems like we're going beyond what we agendized here. And not to say I'm not, interested in doing this, but did we properly agendize this for this broader, or are you just, is this for information?
This is a primer. Yeah, for us to really understand how we would want to modify our approach to those two uses that are described, it's important that you understand what options are currently available to us and how our code applies the different designations to date.
Yeah,
So,
I thought you were just asking whether we wanted to streamline
no,
some
I
of
think
those examples.
I think he's making that point. That is something that we are working towards. And one option in all of this may be that we elaborate and build out our AUP list of businesses that would apply. And that could
But that's
potentially.
not agendized right now.
Well, direction, nothing, we're not taking any action tonight. I mean, what you're giving us tonight is direction on these, on ways we can tackle and perhaps alter the way we regulate the two business types that have been identified.
Yeah.
But it's important that
I'd
you
like us,
understand.
just because of the way we agendized it, to stick to those things tonight. And I understand you're presenting, so we have that.
You need
purview
to
of
have the
how-
context so you can compare
Yeah,
those to
And I
other
don't mind
types.
tackling this. I think
Right.
it's an important thing. I love streamlining business. We need to, be more business friendly. And I do think there's some on there, it's ridiculous to go to a CUP, but that's not what's on the agenda, so.
Well, it is in the sense that what's the two uses that are of the subject discussion tonight are effectively streamlined. They currently have the ability.
Well, which makes no sense to me.
Exactly.
I
So
agree.
this is showing you really the range of options and how in
Understand.
some instances, we're creating a by
I just want to
right
make
use.
sure that as the public speaks and as the
Yes.
council speaks, we're focused on what's on the agenda.
Yeah, and I think we're fair. I think we're covered and well
Okay.
within that right now.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. And because we're talking about the business permitting as it pertains these two uses, I'm giving the framework of how businesses are permitted and speaking a little bit about the bigger picture. But with that, I'll get to the smoke shops discussion.
Sorry,
So-
just because you were interrupted. So what was the conclusion on the massage shops? That they go through a conditional use permit process?
They currently do go through a conditional use process.
Okay, but
Yeah.
tobacco smoke shops do not?
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct. So tobacco smoke shops are a permit by right use. It's considered a retail store. And in the staff report, it was identified that there are compliance issues with these types of businesses throughout the state. That's been well established. The report referenced a few cities throughout the state, one in which a high percentage was selling cannabis products from the smoke shops within their city. Another where a high percentage of sales were from flavored tobacco products, which are illegal. So we've referenced that in the report. Getting to Redondo Beach, we do have 15 smoke shops within the city currently based on records from finance. 6 have been permitted since 2019. And staff, the city has received some concerns about the number of businesses and their operations and the potential enforcement and oversight that goes with that. So as a discussion item, staff is requesting that the city council provide direction on potential ways to regulate smoke shop businesses. Some of the recommendations would be to include a definition within our zoning code for this type of business, because we currently don't have one.
How are these defined right now? If we're reviewing them, what category do they fall under?
I believe it's retail, just general
Just general
retail,
retail.
yes. They do require, there's a separate tobacco license that's issued with it, but in terms of the business permitting and based on that table that I had shared. Another thing to consider is whether we want to require a CUP for this type of use. I mentioned earlier that CUPs are usually required for uses that or have potential to have greater impact on the surroundings, or the city wants more regulatory authority over. So that's one option with this. And then finally, and the city currently doesn't have this in our code for any type of use, the city could place a numerical cap on the total number allowed within the city. For example, we have 15 and the city could cap that number at 15 or potentially even less. And then the ones that are currently operated would be considered legal non-conforming, and as they go out of business, they would be phased out to get down to that number. So those are some options that staff is putting out there, and this would come back as a discussion or full item later.
Can we put a cap by geography? So for example, let's say we wanted to allow only 2 or 3 on Artesia. Could we
One
do
in
that?
each district.
Or one in each district like we're doing now?
We can, so similar to what I mentioned with massage, how there's a 1,000-foot radius or perimeter in terms of the kind of a density cap.
Right.
We could do that as well, so that is an option.
Okay, thank you.
And we could add to avoid schools or.
That's correct, and we could have a standard, they'd be a certain number of feet or miles from a school. So that was the smoke shop
Before
land
we leave
use.
that one, Mark, may I ask one more question?
Yeah, sure.
So I don't remember all the details, but Hermosa years back tried to force tattoo parlors out and they failed. I guess this is more for Cheryl. Is this legally permissible to do? I mean, we're basically talking about doing what we're doing with cannabis. We're okay with doing that? We're not going to get forced to rescind all of this, assuming we go through with it?
I think you can regulate certain aspects of tobacco retail shops. I don't think you can ban them per se.
And that's the difference with what Hermosa tried to ban them, or?
I don't know what Hermosa
I
did.
don't remember.
Yeah.
Our city treasurer's nodding his head.
So my understanding from a land use law perspective is that we would run afoul of the law if we were to completely prohibit a business type within the city. We can place caps on it, put density, some of the other regulatory tools that we've discussed. It's when you outright ban a business type is when it becomes problematic.
And you agree with that, Cheryl?
I do, and I think the way you regulate certain businesses like this is because you're looking at the negative effects that certain types of businesses have on our neighborhoods, and you're trying to regulate the safety and welfare of the residents. And, with the city's general police power, you can impose certain regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And it looks like you want to say something?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, along those lines, the one thing we have to be mindful of is the cap and where we're at with existing businesses. I think where we could, and we'll research this if this is the direction of the council, but as an example, we have, 15 or 16 currently operating in the city. I'm not sure we can unilaterally set that number at, say, 10, and then force 5 or 6 to and effectively rescind their license. We may have to look at this through attrition and through a different regulatory framework and a proactive way, not a reactive way. So that's just something to keep in mind as we can.
I would think we could, upon change of ownership or
When they go
a
out of
business goes
business.
out of business, then the cap starts to apply.
Right.
But I agree, probably can't force an operating business out by just arbitrarily picking a cap. How would you choose which one you boot?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt you again, Mark.
No, it's okay. So yeah, I'd next like to discuss the Riviera Village District. First, I'll just start off by stating what the purpose is, because there's an overlay zone that's specific to this district. And the stated purpose is maintenance of the Riviera Village as a local serving commercial zone with a distinct village-like environment characterized by a high level of pedestrian activity. And the way I interpret that is that really it's intended to be a vibrant area, pedestrian oriented in terms of the uses. That's consistent with the outdoor dining that's there and some of the activities that occur there. The types of businesses are restaurants, coffee shops, service businesses that would serve residents as stated in this purpose. So with that, the issue I'm bringing to the city council's attention is the recent establishment of office uses, street fronting office uses along Catalina Street. So that's prohibited within the C2 PD zone, which is shown on the map on the right. It's basically the pink or salmon colored properties fronting Catalina Street. And the intent is that that district does have more of the restaurants and more of the interesting local residents serving businesses. Using just simple Google Maps, staff evaluated this and identified at least 3 real estate offices within that area. And looking back at the history of how those were permitted, it's because they include a notary service component with the business. So within the district, you are allowed to have service businesses, and the interpretation was previously made that if you had a service business in conjunction with the real estate office, you could have the real estate office. So staff would recommend considering tightening this language up a bit. Right now, there is the prohibition on office uses on ground floor spaces facing the streets. We could add some language that states that it would be prohibited in conjunction with any, sorry, I'm reading the bullet point here. That basically the office professional business would be prohibited in conjunction with any service business or any other type of business that would front the street as well. So it would basically eliminate that loophole that's allowed an office business to couple with the service business and operate from the street frontage.
So it's okay to operate if you're facing the alley, but not on the ground floor, but not if you're facing the street.
That's correct. Or if you're at a space that's at the rear of the building and not street facing, not street fronting.
Would it be just as effective to eliminate the notary exemption from that?
It's not an exemption.
So
Well, the notary, allowing notaries on the first floor, wouldn't that also achieve the same purpose?
It would, however, the zoning code does not specifically state that it allows notary services. It simply states that it allows service businesses within that district. So it wouldn't be as precise as striking the allowance for notary services.
I'm confused, and how do they get away with notary on the first? By using
Notaries-
notary on the first floor? they
Because
do.
Notary is being interpreted as a service. So
And it's
that's,
not the- it's
and
not the
so it's
primary
not
I got it.
it's
I
not
understand.
expressly prohibited.
I understand.
That's where the clarification is needed.
Okay.
So those are some potential code amendments, some language changes, minor text changes that the city council may want to consider. And with that, the recommended action is to receive the report and then provide direction to staff on possible municipal code modifications pertaining to land use and business permitting. And that concludes the presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Do you think it's more efficient to just turn it back to staff, or maybe form a subcommittee of the council and to work with staff to?
Well, I think just some broad policy direction here tonight is what's warranted. And if there's any specific thing you would like us to explore, any specific type of regulation or prohibition that the council may want to consider at a later date. We're not obviously taking action tonight, as I've said. I think that's clear. But it's helpful to know, hey, do you see this interpretation that notary service is allowing real estate office as a problem in the village? I personally do. I think it becomes problematic over time. The goal of the village is to have service and retail functions that are available at the pedestrian level. While I think there's been no major harm thus far, the growth and proliferation of that type of interpretation could be problematic for the village longer term. So, general direction to, let's find a way to clean this up, prevent that in the future. That's all we really need in that regard. And then on the smoke shop side, if there are particular things you'd like us to explore, what would be an appropriate cap? What kind of buffer radii?
Well, that's why I was really thinking of a subcommittee more along that line, because that has many more dials to turn than.
Yeah, it could. I mean, I think we can get you, with some basic commentary tonight, we can get you a pretty good feedback item at the next discussion here in the next probably 6 weeks or so, 8 weeks. And then the council at that point may decide, do we need to really roll up our sleeves, or is this something we can work towards a text amendment on?
Yeah. So, I mean, from my perspective, I see a problem with both of them, and maybe we would want to expand it to massage parlors and some other uses in the future, but that's not agendized right now. I definitely think we should rein these in. What I would like to ask is, Chief Huffman, maybe you've got some insight. We've got some general statistics statewide on smoke shops and the problems. Have you seen problems with them here locally? And if you don't feel you're prepared to speak to that, that's fine.
I can provide a general overview. Good night, Mayor and Council. They're a constant source of inquiries for sure. We get a lot of complaints about, somebody told me that they went in there and they were able to get something that shouldn't be legally sold from there, and they ask us to go and investigate it. We'll send out the quality of life team. They go do an inspection. They don't find any of the products that violate the laws. And then we'll try to have other operations where we can determine if there's anything there that shouldn't be sold. And sometimes they're successful and sometimes they're not. But it is a drain on resources. There are a lot of these in the city. I don't know how many we actually need in the city, but it does provide a draw on our resources. And it is a constant source of complaints and complaints from the public and inquiries from the council.
Okay, thank you. And I certainly think, we saw what happened in Manhattan Beach with the proliferation of real estate offices along their downtown district, and they had to act on it. So this would kind of be nipping it in the bud. What happens with grandfathering in the 3 that are already open?
Well, I think that's something you can ask us to explore. Is that, do we want to phase that out over time? Can we legally phase that out, given the interpretation that's already been made? Or are we better off to just proactively set the floor or ceiling rather, and make sure it's clear that that is not an allowable use in the village?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. So yeah, when it comes to smoke shops, I absolutely agree. We need to have a cap, and I'm seeing popping up all over the place, things happening that, you know, are questionable at best. I see them in Torrance. I have a new one in Riviera Village. It's been there, and I saw one in District 3 open up. It's something we need to deal with ASAP and get on it. I don't think we need to do a subcommittee. I think it's more important. What about the ability to maybe do a moratorium in case other people just decide to suddenly now open up 5 or 6 more of these?
We can certainly look into that if the council would like. Typically, we have to make public health and safety findings that are pretty significant for us to do an immediate moratorium. We might be better off, and then you've got to work towards the outcome.
Right.
It may be, you know, we sometimes, in my experience here, we spend the first year on the moratorium, and then that just delays our ability to implement the actual text amendments we need to stop the problem longer term. So we can look at that if you'd like. I think we may just want to use pace and bring about ordinances as quickly as we can, even if they're not perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I would just basically keep it simple. We don't need to complicate it. A max per district and then a distance between them to ensure that districts that are next to each other, such as Artesia and Torrance. Then you got 190th-ish kind of intensive use places, just like how we deal with cannabis, so that we can ensure that it's in areas that aren't insensitive areas. High right-of-way, pedestrian traffic, you know, school routes, things of that nature.
So just a quick question.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. You wouldn't want like buffer zones around schools or parks?
Well, that's what I said.
So
Sensitive uses.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to clarify that. So.
Yeah, sensitive uses.
Okay, sensitive uses.
So that's something we can start with that as an initial buffer plan. It's a pretty good basis. I think there's some.
What we've done in cannabis, to me, it's a template. Let's just use it.
Yeah.
It's there. That's
totally agree.
Again, keep it simple. It could be complicated, so let's just use something else. Cannabis is a good example. I'm up for just having one per district. There's 2, maybe even 3, I think, in District 1 alone, 2 new ones. So, and then you have Torrance, which is right next door. So that could potentially impact. So when it comes to notary, you know, I was at the Riviera bid meeting this morning. They were just discussing this about the proliferation and how to stop real estate offices from further expanding on first floor areas because it's not walkable. And they were wondering and asking questions on that this morning alone about the zoning, and I didn't really pipe up because I just said, hey, we're dealing with this tonight. And it is I would disagree with city manager. There is some major harm happening here because the problem, just so everyone knows, when you have a retail office, that tends to be a low flow volume of individuals going in, going out, and pedestrian oriented areas such as Riviera Village, you need a high volume. You need restaurants, retail, going in and out, in and out. Notary in itself is not even high volume to begin with, much less a primary purpose. And I want to make sure we tighten this up. Not that it's just notary, that it's a primary purpose. I mean, if they want to do notary and they happen to fall in one of the other services that do allow, like restaurant or something, then hey, fine. But I'm willing to go with staff, what you guys recommend on that. It's very important. And of course, it would lead to the greater likelihood that there are businesses down there that would want to expand and put a second story on top of the first story and do office space on top, because that type of vertical mixed use is what we need, especially if we're going to drive towards a parking garage in the Riviera Triangle and make sure that we have local jobs coming here locally, because we've lost a lot of that office space. So yeah, fully on board with updating the notary conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Fully agree as to smoke shops. We have too many. I can count in District 4, just looking at the map here, Google Maps, and seeing on the street. I think we have like 6 or 7 just in District 4, 2 on Aviation, about 4 or so on Artesia Boulevard. So what I wonder is if there are 15 in the city right now, which I think might be an underestimate, can we make the cap 10 so that, you know, as some go out of business or whatnot, we phase some out? Alternatively, maybe we should truly audit the number that we have in every district and cap the number at the number presently in that district. And then revisit it in the future and reduce the cap. Because we just have too many. I get why they're coming. They're coming because the spaces are small, it's easy to set up, probably doesn't require a lot of parking under your current ordinance, parks less than a restaurant, that's for sure. And so we've got to stop this. Thank you. I think Councilmember Kalajerovich made this referral to start this. Thank you for that.
And I'd add that I think we will and should investigate whether or not we can set a cap that's below the current number. The question is, we will need to grandfather those in, I believe,
Right. They'll
for
still
the
be
duration
legal.
of their ownership or function. But that's one of the, I think, things we're looking for is, would we like to see that number perhaps reduced over time? Is it, I heard 1 per district, so that's 6, 5, maybe with a couple of caveats. Is it 10? We can explore all of those options.
The minimum that we can get away with, I'll say that.
1. Is that it, Councilmember
That's it.
Obaji? Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. When it comes to the notary, I will defer to Councilman Nierenheim in his district. I think you made good points on that. I would definitely look to restrict the number of smoke shops. I would prefer to have it 1 in each district, if that's possible. If we can get some feedback on that, I would love for it to be a requirement to do a CUP for smoke shops. I would like to see if we can regulate signage and paraphernalia visible from the windows. I would like to see if we can regulate entrance to underage patrons, much like we're trying to do with any potential cannabis stores going forward. And then also the change of ownership so that, going forward, if we are able to reduce the number through attrition, that there's not a loophole with change of ownership. Those are my comments for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, in answer to your suggestion, Zane, it is because of the low setup to actually do that. That's the main reason. I had this conversation with somebody last week, and they're enormously profitable. Don't require a lot of inventory. The thing that concerns me is the sale of K2 and spice synthetic marijuana in these places. We know it's happening. And hopefully the cannabis ordinance will give us some teeth in order to shut this down. But we know it's happening, and I've had parents tell me about it. And I don't know how they're circumventing our efforts from a law enforcement perspective, but my guess is that they have some type of a secret stash that when people come in, they find a way to get it to them and to avoid getting detected. So I would agree that we need to limit that, and I would be fine with 1 per District 2. I think that's per district as well, because I think it's the proliferation on certain places, whether it's PCH or Artesia, is just crazy. And people look at it and go, oh, with rare exceptions. Most people will say this is not adding to the value of our community. So I'm with it as well too. How we do that, I think we just do it hammered out in a future council meeting rather than having a subcommittee. I don't think there needs to be a subcommittee on that. So that's it. Thank you.
Add 1 more request.
Councilmember Obaji's first.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
If we could light up 2B again, please. This is worth seeing. The yellow smoke shop first opened up here. on Artesia Boulevard. See it? There's their banner sign. Banner signs I do not think are allowed as permanent signs in the city of Redondo Beach. I've already referred this to quality of life enforcement. Then they just opened up a second location, not a quarter mile away. Also on Artesia Boulevard. Oh, there it is. Also a banner sign. Okay, we got a problem. We got to stop this. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
To your point about if we can also find out if a law is being broken, if there's sales to underage patrons or they're selling illegal product, can we revoke their business license?
Or revoke a CUP if there is a CUP eventually. That's right.
What triggers can we have, or levers, I should say?
Right.
Great.
For business license, you can have conditions that they not engage any illegal activities, and you can also put that condition in a CUP if that's the route that the council decides to go.
So from my experience, the CUP would be an easier process to revoke. For the CUP, it could be revoked if they're not complying with the special conditions of approval. For a business license, they would typically have to be violating the law or other statutes that go beyond any business conditions. In fact, for a business license, the city is not allowed to apply special conditions to the business. So that's one of the advantages of a CUP for this type of use.
So to clarify, the CUP could regulate, as I mentioned, the signage and paraphernalia visible from the windows, and then we could take the business license if they break the law, selling to minors or illegal product. I think you can include it in both.
Yeah, any violation of law, I think you could include that in a business license. But I'll have a conversation with the director on that.
That's it, thank you.
Okay, Mark, do you have enough? Do you feel you have enough from the council right now to go ahead and draft something to come back to us?
I do, yes. We'll see if the city manager needs some more clarification.
I don't want to
See,
make
no.
a complex motion up here that includes all that. So I think we'll make a motion, well, I'll ask for a motion to
What?
direct staff to come back
Yeah,
with recommended language, but I don't want to have the motion list all this stuff.
no,
we
I
just-
think you're onto the right track there, Mayor. I think we've heard what we need. A lot of what was spoken to here, we would naturally include, I think, as best practice. I mean, certainly the CUP conditions, those are the things we would tackle, signage, attractiveness, all of the aesthetics, and then, of course, the lawfulness. But I think everything you've cited is helpful, and I think we're just going to need to research exactly what we can do here and try to make this as simple as we can.
So could I get a motion to direct staff to come back with draft land use regulations and business permitting standards pertaining to smoke shops and notary services based on comments by the council?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second before I call the vote. Any member of the public wish to address the city council on this item? Do we have any cards? Okay, come on up.
Being in real estate and retail, the smell of the smoke shops, because, for example, I go to Tommy and Atticus, they're only open 5 days a week, so I only go 5 days a week. But there's a smoke shop right there, and there's a line of people going into Tommy and Atticus because it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. But, come on, that was a good joke. Thank you. But you can smell the smoke. People are sitting outside the smoke shop. So you can smell the smoke as you're going in. And also, maybe two things to say if I can remember it. As somebody who represents retailers, my clients would not go next to a smoke shop. So limiting it is great. Also, I'm sorry, back to the smell. Most of these are small landlords. They don't put in their leases that the smell cannot go outside the premises. So even if they're not sitting outside, the smell of tobacco could permeate other businesses, which again, you want to make Artesia a better shopping area. I don't know a lot of people who would go in with a lot of smoke shops. There's another point but I'm getting old. So, I'll sit down.
Thank you. Just one moment. Mark, is there a way to incorporate, similar to the cannabis ordinance, about no loitering or using the product right outside the, I see Cheryl shaking her head, yes.
Yeah, I think you can
If you could
include
address
something
as
like that.
well.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Floor is yours, Eugene.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. As in addition to some of your conversations, if I can be so bold, I think Councilmember Narenheim used the words primary purpose. In Fresno, where they sought to regulate this and took a really hard line against it, got a
Are you talking smoke shops or the
I'm
notary?
talking about smoke shops.
Okay.
They got a $1.6 million grant to enforce some of this from the state. What they found was a lot of the shops recategorized themselves because they had a variety of inventory. They recategorized themselves as grocery stores because they sold snacks. So they sought to find ways around the classification of the business license. So perhaps the CUP is a better way to go with that. But I just wanted to raise that as an issue that you might look to sift through when you're analyzing how to prevent this. So what's their primary business? Is a primary purpose? Is it tobacco? Are they licensed to sell tobacco? Yes, you have other products, but if you sell tobacco, that's how you're going to be categorized. And please seek direction to see if that would be the way to enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Irvine, District 1. Thank you. The smoke shops, I must say that, first of all, it's hurt people looking at cannabis because the smoke shops, you can see all the stuff in there. And when I've only been in that one in the village, I've never been in any other one. And I was there and I'm going, first of all, the outside of it, here you are saying cannabis, you shouldn't be able to tell that it's a dispensary or anything. And the one in the village, nobody else has LED lights going. I mean, it just, how they got away with being able to do the outside the way they did is just beyond me. Also, and as Jonathan Chetko has brought up many times for the last 5-6 years, you can go in there, and he just recently, and you can buy a can of gummies that says it's 1,000 milligrams of THC, while cannabis is limited to 100. So they're manipulating the product, and hemp is supposed to be, CBD is only, from hemp is only 0.3% THC. So they're manipulating that. Then also, as he said, children can be going in there. I mean, you can see everything going on. So I think that, they have to have some of the same regulations and same scrutiny as the cannabis shops. So that to me is extremely important. And in fact, people in the village, they'll go, oh, we're going to the cannabis shop. They're talking about the smoke shop. And we're going, no, 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 no. This is not a cannabis shop. This is a smoke shop. So I really thank you so much because I think it's going to help, with our, especially in the village and the other areas. And it's going to let people know that, the smoke shop is a smoke shop. It's not a cannabis shop. And that there are, I've not seen it, but there are supposedly illegal products that you said somebody can go in there and and they're selling, synthetic cocaine, they're selling ecstasy, they're selling all of these things, and you have absolutely no idea what they're made with. I mean, so it just can be just pure junk, pure poison, and they're selling them there, and we have no control over that. So that's been a real concern of mine. And by not regulating them the way, we haven't been regulating them, is just let them, do this and continue on. So thank you so much. Really appreciate that you're addressing this.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address the council on this item? You don't need a card if you're just walking up.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I think.
Could you identify yourself?
Oh, excuse me. My name is Laura McMorrin. And I think something that has been said but not said directly is this is a public health matter. It's not about necessarily bright lights or potential products that they should or shouldn't be selling. Accessibility to tobacco or vaping is a matter of public health. So when establishing the criteria for how many the the city wants in its jurisdiction, we should look at it maybe through that lens, and it'll be defensible versus some arbitrary number that we set at one per district, which may be also defensible too. But again, want to say this is a public health matter.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
Yes, we have Nancy Skiba.
Hello again, Nancy.
Hi there, Mayor and City Council. Nancy Skiba, District 4. When I was recently driving down in the Lomita area, I saw a gigantic billboard at 25th and Western, which is the size of those huge ads they have for car dealers and stuff. And it said dispensary this way, and it's pointing up in some direction. I hope we're not going to wind up with that kind of advertising. The other thing was recently Jonathan Sabetko was here and he was talking about the problem of the purity of the products. And I wonder, what are we going to do about that? You know, to guard the safety of people who are going to be buying these products, and how clean are they going to be? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No Zoom comments, and we have one e-comment that's supportive.
Okay, so I will call the vote.
Mayor, if I might
Yeah.
ask, when could we expect this to come back, given the discussion?
March?
Yeah, I would say March would be likely.
March.
And for clarification on the motion that's been made, you have enough direction that's specific for the notary, right? And getting all of it, okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you, that's it.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Well done. Okay, now to N3, discussion and possible direction regarding modification to the city's tree ordinance.
Once you kick it off, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Andy Wingy, Public Works Director. In 2023, the council adopted a tree ordinance that addresses the care, maintenance, and protection of trees on city streets and medians, in city parks, and at city facilities, essentially city-owned trees. Adoption of the ordinance did allow the city to receive recognition as a Tree City USA last June by the Arbor Day Foundation. However, at the time of the discussion, no consensus could be reached for similar regulations on trees on private property. That motion in January of 2023 included that advanced the ordinance for the public trees, included a statement about coming back at some time for future discussion to see if there could be consensus gained for regulation of trees on private property. So the item before you tonight is just in response to that motion. Staff is really looking for direction, language for potential future ordinance to address the care and preservation of trees on private property. So just in addition to this summary, the staff report provided the adopted ordinance, and it also provided the draft ordinance language that you last saw in January 2023, which proposes the language for trees on private property that had been developed up to that time. So really, tonight I have Mark with me. Of course, any regulation of trees on private property will likely be through a mechanism in the Community Development Department. And in Public Works, we would manage the public tree response. So it's very...
So you're coming back because that was the direction?
That's correct.
When the tree ordinance was first
See
passed?
if there could be additional discussion that might reach some consensus. And we're really just looking for policy direction here, and if it could be reached and agreed to, we would come back with draft language for a future ordinance.
And I think the other word, and I may have missed it, I was grabbing another pen. I think the concept was, are there potential incentives that could be used as opposed to a regulatory framework? That's an alternative path. And then perhaps other ways to either through code activity or just through some level of monetary benefit through fee reductions or the like. Is there potential for encouraging, if you will, protection of heritage trees in our community, both in public space and on private property? It doesn't have to necessarily be an outright obligation, it could be something we look to incentivize through other means.
So right now, heritage trees are protected under the public portion, but we don't address it in the private, or?
So yeah, all public trees are protected under the ordinance. The heritage tree really applies to private property, distinguished between some tree that we would consider of value, more value than a smaller diameter tree, for instance, or a
And is
smaller
that
tree.
in the current ordinance?
No.
So
No,
that got.
all the language related to private trees was removed by in the adopted ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Is that it?
That's all.
Uh-oh. I think my screen failed, so if we could just get a raise of hands if you want to speak to this one, because my computer's not. Mike, this is a repeated problem. Can we get IT to look into this? This is like the fourth time this has happened. Yeah,
Interesting.
Black.
Okay.
so I can't see if someone's raising their hand.
Yeah.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. So one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this back, talk about this, was because in a lot of projects that include the right-of-way, public right-of-way, I've seen on my street, many other streets around Redondo, where the Community Development Department and Public Works Department prevents the removal of a tree. For instance, Nob Hill and PCH, an 80-year-old eucalyptus tree. It's gorgeous Australian eucalyptus tree that flowers in the summer months, provides great habitat and food and nourishment for all the bees and other animals. In July and June and May and August. And there was a house, going through the permitting process, and the developer wanted to remove said tree and do the city a favor of removing it, and at his own free cost of, $16,000, $15,000, $20,000. But it's an 80-year-old tree, and if you look down the street, the whole street is lined with these types of trees. It's a gorgeous street. It creates the community. And I've seen in other places, like I said, where the action is denied, but then magically the tree dies within 2 years of permits or house being built. These are old, magnificent trees. People need to be held responsible for their actions. This is on city property, particularly what I'm looking for. And we need, somebody moves in, wants to put a driveway somewhere and just simply remove a tree. We've got now a quality tree ordinance in that perspective. So I really want to make sure that when we issue a building permit and the project is complete within 2 years of that tree, if it dies, like due to that construction, the owner or whoever their permit taker is held liable for that tree. That's number one. And number two, that the permit requirement that a tree, if it's requested or required, I should say, to be planted either in the right of way or on private property, remains alive for 2 years. Because a lot of times these trees, again, they magically die or they get removed or they're not even installed. And then a occupancy permit is issued and away they go. We spend a lot of money in this city for the installation of trees and trimming of trees. We are a tree city. The canopy is important, extremely important, and that we maintain that moving forward. It creates a huge value for the community. I mean, you have the Manhattan Beach, everyone knows Manhattan Beach has a tree section, and the home values in that area alone are worth a significant more amount of money than in the other parts of the city. And you'll see that cities that have a tree ordinance and tree sections, their home values, community values are significantly more. And it always brings, for some reason, a great sense of pride to the residents that are there. So those are the two major topics. I'd like to see some more teeth in our tree ordinance to ensure the viability, long-term viability. And I know there's going to be some speakers out here that expand on that further, and I'll go on that, and then we can follow up on there. But those are the two major points. I also would love to have definition of a quality heritage tree, and if I have apply that to the private property, if there's willingness for that. I mean, just a few months ago, about 8 months ago, 8 months ago or so, there was a 120-foot, well over 100-foot New Zealand Christmas tree that was taken down within 2 hours and provided a great habitat for the birds and many other places, and was a huge part of the street and the community. So it would be good to have a quality definition like that and apply across the board. Those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, question for you. So the fee for somebody that removes a heritage tree in the public parkway is 15,000, right? Or whatever is greater.
In the public right-of-way, did you say? We have all the trees valued, and so the fee is to pay for the cost of the tree in addition to the cost to replace the tree that was removed.
Okay, so, but it says, I think it says $15,000 in section 5-11.09. Any person who removes a public or protected tree shall be subject to a fine equivalent to the valuation of the subject tree as determined by the urban forestry, or $15,000, whichever is greater. Okay. If somebody poisons the roots, what's the fee for that?
This may be a legal question, Cheryl. I don't know. I suppose if we can identify the perpetrator and the cause, that there's no difference between poisoning and cutting down in terms of death of the tree.
If somebody poisons it, the tree's still there, we have to pay West Coast Arborists, one of the arborists, to take it out. $15,000 is probably enough to cover the cost of actually removing the tree. Or I don't know how much it costs anymore to remove a large tree. It should be more substantial. It should be also the cost to remove the tree and a penalty. Because I don't want it to just be, oh, well, we'll just pay for the arborist to come out. And that doesn't have enough teeth in it, if that makes sense. So
You need cost of related services associated with its replacement.
right, digging up roots, whatever it might be, public works time. Because I know that there was a tree on Emerald recently that I fought really hard to keep. It was a ficus tree, but it was destroying the heck. You know which one I'm talking about. It was destroying the heck out of the gutter system and the sidewalks. And we ended up removing it. It was a big tree. It was probably 80 years old. And it cost us, I'm sure, a pretty penny to actually remove that. So I want to make sure if somebody's purposely doing stuff like this, and it's also costing us, that should be part of this fine, the violation and penalties fine. Because it's not just, hey, let's penalize them, and the city should not be out any money as well, too. And it's not just even, because then it's just like, okay, well, I was going to pay $15,000 anyway to have it removed. I'll just pay the $15,000 fee. It should be painful. It should be really painful for people. So as far as private property, as I've said before, I'm more hesitant to do that because it is property rights. I would like to find a way to incentivize people. We talked about this last time where we paid for the planting of at least one, if not more, right, on private property. I get wanting to keep these really large trees. I'm all for that, but I'm also very concerned about trotting on people's property rights. And, I don't know, whatever we can do to incentivize people to keep a tree, I'm all for. Even if it's money somehow. Something to keep it, but.
So are you suggesting an in lieu of fee, if they take down a tree, they pay for a public tree?
That could be it, yeah.
Heritage tree?
Yeah, I think you and I talked about this. Whether it's more than one, $200 for a tree is nothing, right? I want it to also be, that they contribute significantly. So, for example, I know some states, when you take down trees in a public right-of-way and you build highways, they have an in lieu fee that is significant. For every tree you take down, it's like 5 that you have to plant. And it should be that way because we're dealing with mature trees versus infant trees. And,
With the mortality rate. Yeah.
and, the ability to suck carbon, to absorb carbon. So I think we should consider that as well too. So, yep, that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Obaji.
I'm all for protecting trees and growing our tree canopy. I previously was definitely for trying to protect private property, trees on private property. We didn't get that passed. I wonder, as people rebuild property and stuff, if that's the best way to grow our tree canopy, or if it's just to provide, as Councilmember Lowenstein just stated, and as alluded in this staff report, an incentive for people to plant new trees, including by offering the city to provide the tree and plant the tree on their property. So I don't know if I do it now or if I do it, in referrals, but I'd like to get a BRR on the all-inclusive costs associated with planting a tree. So you've identified in the staff report it's $200 a tree, but how much time does it take for staff to plant a tree? And how many trees could staff, if we let's say allocated $10,000 for free tree planting on private property, that's visible from the street, let's say, how much of that could actually be rolled out in a year, right? How many trees could our staff, consistent with their existing obligations, actually plant in a given month? So,
Can I comment on what you just said? One of the things I think you might have just alluded to was when there's construction and trees are ripped. To me, that's almost as painful as knocking down some of these houses. Like I see these huge trees and go, I can't believe you're knocking down that tree, right? It must have been, 35 years ago, I'm dating myself, that I was in Memphis, of all places. And I was amazed at how mature the trees were with newer houses. And I think that city in particular does a really good job of keeping old trees, even in the face of new construction. I would love to find cities that do that to incentivize people. And, it might be difficult with how, little land we have, but I think there's ways of building around so you don't have to rip out mature trees. Because there's nothing worse than seeing a brand new thing and it's like, it's barren. It's just, it sucks. Most of us love to see the old big trees. So.
Mark, you wanted to address that comment?
Yeah, so I do have some experience with this. When I was with the city of Carmel by the Sea, they really value trees there. It's more mandated than incentivized. There's limitations on trees that you can remove. But also there's a condition of the permit that you have to plant a certain number of trees. And it would be in the spaces they're conducive for, so it wouldn't infringe on the building footprint. But there was a certain desired tree ratio for the property, which is actually less impactful to the property rights because it can be very impactful if the location of the tree is interfering with the placement of the building. But the requirement to place a certain type of tree and to maintain that tree on some of the open spaces of the property is much more feasible.
So was it a tree per so many thousand square feet? That was the metric, or?
It was. So for that particular city, for example, if you had a 4,000 square foot lot, there was a requirement for 3 lower canopy and 1 upper canopy. And that would be a condition of the design review approval. I'm not saying that's the ratio that would work for here. That's a more heavily forested city. But it was applied as a condition of approval to the permit for the new structure.
How do they keep the mature trees there that are there, keep them, tearing them down?
So the code does, it provides prohibitions on removing existing healthy trees of a certain size. But there are some limitations on that because it recognizes the potential to impact property rights and only provides that tree protection to a certain extent. It has to allow the reasonable development of the property.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could explore the Carmel, modifications to the Carmel regulation to apply to Redondo.
I like that. Yeah.
A few years ago, and my computer's back, so if you want to raise your hand, I can see it. A few years back, I don't think well, you definitely weren't here, Mark, but there was a house that was torn down and rebuilt at the corner of Sapphire, Francisca, and PCH. And it had a heritage, what we would call it's huge tree with a huge canopy. The public made such a ruckus at the planning commission meeting that somehow we required that tree stay in place. They actually redesigned the house around the tree, and you can see it. If you go to Wildflower Cafe, right across the street, you can see that tree still there, healthy, providing tons of shade. Do we have teeth like that today does the planning commission have that wherewithal to mandate they keep a tree on the private, this was the front setback. Do they have the wherewithal to mandate keeping a tree like that?
It would have to be tied to one of the findings of approval for that project, and that would be kind of a stretch to make that
So
connection
it
for
might
a
have just
tree.
been a cooperative.
Yes, and I am
builder?
experienced with heritage tree programs, and some cities do have a definition, and the heritage tree is really an exceptional tree. And from my experience, the property owner can volunteer to make it a heritage tree, but then also the city can make that determination and impose it on the property as well. And I know incentives were discussed in terms of maybe paying to plant the tree. One thing that occurred to me is possibly there could be some relaxing of certain development standards, minor relaxing as an incentive to maintain a tree. So maybe if you configure
So
your
like a
building.
density bonus, but for keeping your tree.
Yes, if it's a heritage tree.
Yeah, and we'd want to be a little bit careful. One thing that I want to make sure that the council fully understands and appreciates is the state mandates for housing now and some of the minimum setback requirements and the different density bonus laws. We have an obligation to apply those equally. We have some limits now on what we can and can't prevent. We'll look into whether or not the Carmel model could potentially, or at least portions of that could be applied here, but I wouldn't get our hopes up given our setbacks, our current zoning and our arena obligations. I think maintaining a standard that Carmel is appreciating today is probably going to be difficult for even them into the future with what the state is doing to our local control.
It's just, there's no denying tree canopy is critical to a lot of issues like urban heating, canopy to provide habitat for the few urban animals we have left, birds, squirrels, raccoons, all that kind of stuff, even our non-native parrots that are flourishing here. And conversion of, greenhouse gases, all that kind of stuff. Canopy is critical, and it's undeniable that we're losing canopy with every new development, so.
And commercial, because we haven't even talked about commercial. This is all, we focus on residential.
Sure.
I think about, and part of this was with the Legato project, that huge tree that was on PCH, and that was Caltrans, I guess, that was.
So do you need direction in the form of a motion to do this, or have you gathered enough?
Well, it would be helpful. I think it's going to be important that we're running down the right type of approach, making sure that we've got some general consensus on how we want to apply it. Obviously, there wasn't consensus last time to regulate more forcefully private trees. If there's an interest in that, we're happy to look into it again and provide those options to council under the current regulatory framework that's provided by the state. If you want us to spend more time on the incentive side of the equation, we could probably do that as well. I just want to make sure we're chasing information that the council is interested in as a whole, that we meaningfully would be.
And I think we'd have to caveat anything that says can't violate the state housing mandate.
Right.
So is there anyone on the council who would like to make a motion?
I'd like to listen to the public first.
Yeah, I was going to say, listen to the public. I like the idea of, at least as a first step, exploring the cost of incentivizing the city to maybe plant trees on public property. To Zane Obaji, Councilmember Obaji's point, maybe we could get a BRR on that. What would be the all-in cost? Is it 10,000? How many trees could we get? Maybe a good starting point, at least for tonight.
Yeah, and we have provided BRs in the past on cost of installation. That's not a very difficult thing for us to prepare for you.
Because that may tell us
You
a
don't need a
lot.
motion for a BRR, right?
No, we can have that to you as part of mid-year. I'm certain of
Yeah.
that.
All right, that could be a good first guiding point for us, and maybe that's a solution that will solve what it is we're looking to solve. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim, you've got the floor.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
Good evening again, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Laura McMorran, and I'm very excited that there's an opportunity again to discuss the tree ordinance. In 2001, I presented a draft to Councilman Narenheim, and Mayor Ling and I worked very diligently to get something passed. Appreciate that the city did pass an ordinance. I know it has had some positive effect, albeit limited. This is tree ordinance light. By the way, I am a municipal planner. I've worked in 2 states, and I would agree with the Community and Development Director. In other jurisdictions, it's just required on private property. I think there are ideas out there also to accelerate replanting our parkways by the private property owner. I believe there are misconceptions out there about a property owner's responsibility for the public right-of-way that need to be addressed and educated. So in the jurisdiction I presently work, on every site plan, all existing trees must be documented. The removal of those trees must be noted. And then if they aren't a fruit tree or a palm tree, we need to know the species, we need to know the size. There's an arborist report. Doesn't prevent them from removing that tree. However, if they choose to do so, they do so with a permit, and then they have to replace it with 2 trees on that lot. Now, there's already requirements in other, I think it's on the building side mostly, with low impact development that require private property to have trees. So we're kind of catching up here because new standards are coming in through stormwater management. And we have the zoning side, which deals with the aesthetics, the beauty, but we do have the environmental side too. I think, it was mentioned, heat island effect. Nothing does a better job of cooling a surface than the shade of a tree. I mean, we're talking 30 to 40 degrees, depending on the heat for the day. So as we revisit this, please look to other jurisdictions. There are so many examples out there that do this without necessarily bartering with incentives. And the one drawback as an incentive is, what if they don't take you up on your offer? We're left with nothing to compel them to do what's in the public good and also the property's long-term good. Thank you so much.
A quick question for you. What jurisdictions would you recommend that you've seen to go down the path of what you're...
So in 2001, I did a lot of research. I would have to look back. I'll tell you right now, I'm working in El Monte. Their sustainability chapter is good. Yeah, I think I looked a lot in Illinois. That's where I came from. Those, around the Chicagoland area. There's good stuff there too. Lomita had a trigger where I worked previously, and it was, if you do an addition of a certain size, if you have a missing parkway tree, it's your responsibility to replace it. So, and we had 2,000, I think, missing parkway trees in the city, if that was the last go around. So I think there's ways to accelerate our tree canopy that are equitable and not burdensome. I mean, this is just fairness, and it's good for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Sorry, are we done with public? Let's get public comment first.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Council. Wayne Craig. Speaking to you tonight as a member of the Planning Commission. On the Planning Commission, we talked about tree canopy. In fact, in that big document, the general plan, we were looking at for other cities that we were trying to emulate. And to Mr. Weiner's comment too, we were talking about other cities we thought we should maybe look at what they're doing and how they're accomplishing it. One of the local cities we found that was very effective was Pasadena. They have a huge canopy. We actually had some statistical data to show this is something the city should strive for, and we were encouraging that. So that might be something to consider. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jim Mueller, District 5. I have some personal experience with this. I live in a neighborhood with a lot of great trees. Every time there's a new build in our neighborhood, we hold our breath because we are afraid to lose our trees. Personally, there was a house on the corner with 2 beautiful mature hickory trees. I noticed that it was up for construction, so I looked into the plans and they were going to remove both of those trees, and they were on private property. So I went to the Planning Commission and I got them to agree to alter the plan so they only removed 1. But what I learned was that if you want to preserve the trees, you have to go back deep into the architectural design, because it was the architectural design of that building that called, and the way the property was laid out, that called for the removal of both of those trees. They did manage to alter the design at the last minute for one of them, but the other one was lost. Now, what they said was, okay, we're going to plant some trees to replace it, but really what goes in are saplings. It's not the same as these beautiful mature trees. So I think private property, when you talk about private property, you're talking about the value of one piece of property as opposed to the value of a whole neighborhood of properties. So we don't want to lose our trees, so please consider doing it for the private properties.
Quick question for you. The tree that was saved, was that in the setback zones, or were these trees in the setback zones, or were they outside the setback zones?
They were in the front yard of, I don't know what the setbacks.
Yeah, that sounds about
But they were in the front yard.
Not the parkway.
They were not in the parkway.
So it was the front setback.
Right.
Thank you.
Could be a setback.
Thank you for doing that. Appreciate that, sir.
Everything is-
Minimum setback.
Good evening, Ralph Stretzenberg, District 1. This is important. This is big. This is a long-term thing. There was a mention of the urban heat island effect that we need to overcome with the loss of the tree canopy. It just makes that so much worse. As a green roof professional, one of the bigger words that we use is evapotranspiration. It's another cooling effect where the water that's pulled into the tree and evaporates out cools. And if you want to see an example of how beautiful and what a difference it can make in a neighborhood, go down the 600 block of South Irena. It is awesome. The tree canopy there, the variety, it's like a world upon itself. It is so different from anything else I've seen in the city. It's a great example of what a difference it can make. One fly in the ointment, though, is with all the insurance things that are going on, there are insurance companies that are canceling policies, claiming that because there's a roof that has a tree covering over part of it, that creates a danger and an insurance hazard, that in a high wind event that tree could fall over into that roof. So just something to consider as we look at setbacks and so forth, and how large the trees themselves control on how large the trees can grow that were on the pallet, and what effect that might have, because we don't want those negative effects. So big issue, long-term. Just this morning, there was another topic at the RVA bid that they were talking about. They're allocating money to plant more trees, and the right kind of trees in their areas. So it's happening. We just need to encourage it and stop the decimation that's happening.
You, real quick, you talked a lot about green roofs.
Green roof professional, yeah.
Green roof professional, so.
Which trees are not good on green roofs, I'll say that.
So, right.
That doesn't work well.
Right.
But as we learned, and I took all that coursework to become that certified for that the importance of greenery in general, but especially trees for the cooling effect.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
Hello, everyone. Again, this is Andy Porchop, the original. Sir, you mentioned the ficus tree, Frankie the ficus. That was between a fight between my city and the city of Redondo. You were there protesting. I missed it. I would have fun with it. The thing was, the ficus was in the middle of the road, and people couldn't make a left turn, and people who couldn't make a left turn hold up one lane of traffic on PCH. So I was very happy when ficus was gone, because I can make a left turn at the first time when I go to Riviera Village to spend some money. But besides that, that was just one example. I love trees, but trees are very big responsibility. I had the biggest Canadian silver maple in my front yard, and the city did not maintain it properly, because in the city, trees grow bigger than in the forest, because in the forest, there is another tree, but does not let this tree go that big. So I had the biggest Canadian maple, and guess what? The city did not maintain it, the city did not cut it back, and one day it was like kaboom. And God was watching me, because not me, not my car, or not a student who walks by daily, all day, got hit with a half a ton of tree branch. So when you're talking about trees and love trees, the maintenance is very important. And back to Frankie the ficus, Delgado project, it's like 8 or 10 holes where trees used to be. In the past 2 years, you were protesting the ficus tree, not one tree you planted there. Not one tree you planted there, because those businesses don't want the view, so all those trees died out because the place is empty holes in the concrete, so it was trees there. But anyway, so the other thing is a private property. I suggest not to limit what can somebody do on their private property with the tree. First of all, in Redondo Beach, it's very hard to build anything, but people want to build these huge buildings without trees there. And I also built an addition in Redondo for a doctor, and we told them, get the tree out of there because it's going to lift up your house. And it did. It did. What he likes, that eucalyptus tree, lift up the house in 5 years. You couldn't close the door. And, we could have taken the tree out, No tree 20
Time's
feet
up,
from
sir.
your
Thank you.
house.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Hi, my name is Ryder Mendez. I attend Redondo Union High School, and I think this is a matter that should be taken seriously, because not only will I be affected, but the people behind me, but all of you, but also like future generations such as my children, or so on and so on. I come up here today because something my grandma told me like a couple of days ago, it just sparked when I heard the tree ordinance. I live right off of Flagger and Rockefeller Lane, the huge field right there, and I hear that it used to be full of native trees, but now you see a tree on one corner and the other corner, and it went from 30, 50, I don't know how many, I wasn't even alive then, to a few. And I just think that we should preserve not only for ourselves, but the future generations. And I do understand like there is problems such as like corrosion. Not that long ago in front of my house, I don't know what tree, but it just collapsed right in front of my driveway. So I do realize like there's cautions, but I do think preserving the trees would be more important.
Okay, thank you. Hope you get extra credit for testifying. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Okay, anyone online?
Yes, I have Mara Lang.
Mara?
Mayor and council members, thank you for addressing.
Mara, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Barely.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Oh,
Well,
It's like
not
you're
well.
muffled. Maybe you're like, you think you're speaking through your headphones, but it's actually going through your phone, or vice versa.
Okay, how about that?
Nope,
no.
try speakerphone.
Okay, how about, is this better?
Not
No.
Try switching your microphone on Zoom if you're on Zoom.
Call me.
Yeah, you can put that and put it
Yeah,
up to
you
the
can put that
microphone.
on the mic.
Or dial the Zoom number with it.
Well,
I can't.
that's the problem.
All right, maybe I can say something while she gets her stuff figured out.
We have another person.
Is there anyone else online?
Yes.
We'll come back to you, Mara.
Okay, Nancy Skiba.
Howdy
You got the
again.
floor.
Hi there again. I just want to mention how these trees are so very important for cooling and for our health and peace and relaxation. At one point I was staying in Hawthorne and they have so few trees and it was like an oven in a concrete jungle. So let's not go that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have none, and then no e-comments.
Okay, are you trying to get Mara on the line?
Oven and a concrete jungle. Oh, get the oven.
Can you go ahead?
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for addressing potential updates to Redondo Beach's tree ordinance tonight. As you consider incentives like fee credits, expedited permits, or reduced setbacks to encourage tree planting and preservation, I urge you to focus on enforcement and accountability instead. One area where we can immediately improve is enforcement. The municipal code already mandates tree planting and maintenance for new construction, but without penalties for removal, these rules lack impact. For example, at 737 Avenue C, a homeowner planted a tree to meet the requirements for a certificate of occupancy, only to remove it immediately after. This is not an isolated incident. It happens often and undermines the goal of preserving our urban forest. Rather than offering incentives or credits, the ordinance should require trees in front yard setbacks or areas designated under low impact development standards and ensure their protection. It's a simple, logical path. Require the tree, then protect the tree. Designated these as protected city trees ensures accountability and long-term benefits. Let us not forget, we already tell residents and developers what they can and cannot do with their property, from zoning restrictions to building standards. Requiring the planting and maintenance of trees is no different. Many developers don't live in the homes they build. Why are we catering to them? They will still build regardless of tree requirements, and this addition to our ordinance will benefit the entire community and for decades to come. Looking ahead, our tree ordinance should be part of an ongoing commitment to strengthening Redondo Beach's urban canopy. This isn't just about meeting basic requirements, it's about creating a legacy. A thriving canopy cools our neighborhoods, improves air quality, and enhances property values. Many cities have adopted stricter and more comprehensive tree ordinances, and we should aspire to do the same. We should revisit this ordinance yearly to ensure it's achieving the goal of canopy maintenance and canopy growth. For example, El Monte requires property owners to disclose existing trees, obtain permits for removal, and either plant 2 replacements or pay an in lieu fee that funds public tree planting. This ensures that every tree removed contributes to the health of the urban canopy. If we have any vision for Redondo Beach's future, a strong and resilient tree canopy must be part of it. Strengthening enforcement, removing unnecessary incentives, and protecting our trees is not just fair, it's vital. It's time for us to join the many cities and communities that take their urban forest seriously and commit to this legacy for our city. And I have just a couple more minutes left. I think there was some really perceptive comments tonight, and I'm really excited for so many people to come up and bring their ideas. And I think something that I heard quite a bit is looking to other cities within California and generally within Southern California that are doing things that we are striving to do. City of Fullerton, City of Encinitas, City of El Monte, City of Pasadena. There was some discussion about housing restrictions, but a lot of these cities are still hitting their tree goals and working within these housing restrictions. So I don't think that they should
Mara, wrap it
be
up.
stopping us. Okay.
Mary, your
All right.
time's up.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for facilitating communications. Okay,
That's it, no e-comments.
okay. Councilmember Obaji?
All right, sorry, what was your last name, Laura? McLaurin. All right, thank you for your comments. So, Mr. City Manager, we know that under the state law, we're not able to do anything that reduces the ability or reduces the residential intensity to which property could be built in Redondo Beach, right? We can't increase setbacks, we can't decrease heights, decrease square footage, or anything that would make construction more expensive. With that said, I like Ms. McMorrin's idea of, hey, you can remove your tree, but instead you're gonna have to plant 2 trees. Now, what if the person can't build as big of a property because of the necessity to plant 2 trees? Maybe we leave an exception that unless they can demonstrate that constructing, adding those 2 trees or adding one of them would impair their ability to build the full scale of the property. Maybe that's something that we could explore that balances the desire to protect or increase our tree canopy, protect private property rights, to do with what you want with your property, to reconstruct it, redevelop it, and also keep us in compliance with state law.
Right. And we will look into all options available. We're certainly as supportive as anybody is in ensuring that we're going to get as much of a healthy tree canopy and as many new trees planted as possible. I've heard some comments about maintaining our urban forests. We've added several hundred trees to the city over the last few years just through public works efforts alone and fiscal appropriations from the city council. So we're doing, I think, a very good job since the adoption of this ordinance and candidly leading up to the adoption of this ordinance of ensuring that we are taking advantage of every opportunity we can. We're not at the point where we're forcing homeowners who have perhaps an available parkway space that could house a tree. We're still finding sites where we have more compliant and more interested homeowners, and we're partnering with them as opposed to just saying, hey, tough, we're going to go ahead and plant something here in the parkway, whether you like it or not. So we're cooperative in that sense. But Public Works has done a great job adding to our canopy. But I will say, and the reason I mention it is we are under a new housing regulatory framework that we weren't necessarily under the last time we took this up. And our ability to regulate here has been hindered by state action. We'll push as far as we can, but I want to make sure we manage expectations here. There are new restrictions that we're going to have to be mindful of as we investigate this. And what comes to mind is if we said, hey, you have to plant 2 new trees, and let's say the rule was it has to be on the same property. If there isn't space, because the state law has now allowed a certain number of units, perhaps it's an ADU, perhaps it's a junior ADU that's being proposed for construction, if feasibly those 2 tree locations would prevent that ability, to your point, we won't be able to enforce that type of an ordinance. So we're going to have to be mindful of it. We'll do what we can. We'll research what we can, and we'll look to other cities that have had some success, and we'll be hopeful. But I just want to make sure there's realistic understanding of what we can and can't
We could look at it
do.
in lieu of, if you can't plant those 2, you have to fund 5.
And perhaps you fund it.
And
Well, and we may, in certain instances, we may have to fund it because you can't create fiscal hardship associated with the construction. You can't have new cost barriers to construct. It's
not a hard and fast.
and some of that's nebulous, and we're
allowed to do
studying this,
Quimby fees,
and we
so-
can do mitigation, and we're doing a Quimby fee study. So we'll do everything we can. I just want to make sure we recognize that as a very real variable to our challenge now.
Anything else, Councilmember Obaji?
No, I appreciate the critical thinking about the possible scenarios that would get us in hot water, so thank you for that.
Councilmember Barrett?
Yeah, are you able, thanks for that information. Are you able to continue? Do you have the budget necessary to continue to plant trees in the public areas where you
Yeah,
have
I think
space?
we added, I believe, structural maintenance funding for the ongoing planting of trees. I think we've dedicated one-time funds last couple of budget cycles that we're still drawing from.
Typically, it's about 100 per year. I think 2 years ago, we did 200. The council funded 200, and we've met all those goals. So, yeah, we're kind of going at 100 a year clip as a rule of thumb.
And we'll give you the BRR that provides, if there is money available and we could provide supplemental appropriation, we'll give you that opportunity as part of the budget discussion.
And if you need more funding at some point to continue your program of planting these 100+ trees a year, will you let us know?
Absolutely.
Okay. I also like Councilmember Lowenstein's inquiry about, people who are poisoning or illegally removing trees. Can you take a look at the replacement cost, the actual cost, maybe something in that respect? Keep that in mind a little bit.
Yeah, we will. And I can remember a time when we did identify somebody who had, I believe, poisoned a parkway tree. I want to say it was on Barrel Street. And we prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I believe we got full restitution and charged for all costs associated with removal, including penalty for valuation of the tree under our appraisal program. So I think we have that capacity, but we'll certainly look into it and ensure that we've given ourselves the teeth we need.
Okay. Yeah, I like the idea of continuing to do what you're doing in the public realm, looking at this BRR Councilmember Obaji mentioned. Can we continue sort of in partnership mode and go from there? So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. So for me, on the commercial and residential properties, it's all about the setback zones. So as long as we're just requiring it in the setback zones, to me, we're free and clear, so to speak. In the tree world and the legal world, it's a tree, hey, it's in the setback zone. That's what we're, one of the reasons why we're requiring setbacks.
Yeah, I think, and in front yards, we've got a little bit more room because the setback's a little deeper. It's where we run into the zero lot line, zero setback, or 4-foot minimum standards that the state's requiring on the side
tall
yard.
and skinnies, I totally get that.
That's a challenge, and you don't want to plant a tree in a 4-foot setback if you don't have the right species and all of that.
So let me ask you, what's the value of an 80-year-old tree or a 60-year-old tree? Something that's been around for, multi-generation. We've had a great speaker here talking about trees that have been around for a long time and they outlast humans. So
monetary value, I'm not prepared to answer that. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that. So
I mean, can we?
It's obviously great
I'm not
cultural
asking for
community.
a number, but
Yeah.
what I'm asking for is how do we value that? So if a tree like that dies, it's way more than $15,000, right?
We used to have a program.
Yeah, we do. There are people who do it. Just because I don't know the answer doesn't mean we can't do it. We can get that
that's
appraised.
my question.
Yep, absolutely.
I think if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, this may have changed, but I believe our urban forest is captured in a software program. And I don't know what
Public trees.
Our public trees.
Right. And
not the private.
They are regularly updated for value as part of our ongoing maintenance program with the trees.
That software program applies a metric standard, size, species, age, and it adds value. Now, at the end of the day, are things considered priceless in certain circumstances? Yeah. So I'm not sure if it's going to capture it to everybody's full extent, but.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, we got to start somewhere, right? And that's where I'm looking at for this, is starting somewhere. We're the maintainers of the public right-of-way trees and the public trees in parks and everywhere else. And that's correct. That's what we're responsible for. If somebody requiring someone to plant them there, hey, we maintain it. But going to the question here now of a 2-year term, so the ability to now, after the certificate of occupancy, or they finally get a final write-off for the work that includes the right-of-way work, whether it's certificate of occupancy or any type of sidewalk work, driveway work, utility work, our ability to make sure the tree is still around 2 years from now. Right. That's what I want to see moving forward up.
And are you talking about trees in the right-of-way or trees?
In the right-of-way specifically.
Oh, yeah, we could certainly
have
full control over those to maintain or replace them if they die, yeah.
And people can't just simply trim right-of-way trees on their own.
Can't touch them.
It's city property.
Correct. That's this city. Other cities nearby us are very different, so our city is that way.
I
Mayor,
touched one.
Mayor, I remember your video from about a year ago or so, maybe 2
Intent to
years
do
ago.
harm,
So,
yes.
Avenue A, someone was cutting a tree with a chainsaw. Neighbors were not very happy, deservedly so. And then so on private property, when we require the installation of a tree, our ability to enforce and make sure that 2 years down the line that the tree is still alive in commercial property. So
Yeah, I'm going to have to defer to community development on that.
Turn the mic on. Yeah, it's challenging to enforce the, health of trees in perpetuity on private property.
not in perpetuity, just 2 years.
For 2 years. So there's different ways we could do that. We could have a reporting system where the property owner is required to report back to the city within the 2 years, demonstrating that the trees are still in good health. They could provide photos of them. That's actually, they did something like that in Carmel. It does require some administration and tracking of the
Online.
trees. And I mean, that'd probably be the main mechanism. Another is that they could submit a deposit or something to that extent where they would be financially responsible for it for the 2 years. And once that period lapses, we could refund the deposit. Once again, there would be administration associated with that as well. But those are two options that come to mind.
Okay, I like those options. We can deal with that at a later time. And replacement requirements for the 2-to-1 ratio that was talked about for removal of trees. So if one is removed, I don't mind if that goes back to the Planning Commission or the Sustainability Commission, one of the two. I know one's gonna be public right away and one's on the other department. And then have an ordinance. I'd like to have the ordinance apply to commercial properties as well. I mean, there's commercial properties that have vast amounts of space and setbacks and parking lots that you can have these trees and again, setback zones. They have vast amount of required setback zones. And then, yeah, cost of removal of cost of removal of the trees should be included in the fees. So I'd make a motion to direct staff to investigate, come back with some updates and for discussion and action, possible action on implementation of a 2-year health term for the trees after a permit is deemed complete or finalized, certificate of occupancy for any type of rebuild in the public right-of-way work, as well as we don't currently have it applying to the private property right now. So investigate what the heritage tree or tree ordinance would look like if we were to have it on the setback zones of the private property, and use and look at City of Almonte, City of Carmel, and their tree ordinance, sustainability ordinance for the replacement tree policy, preservation and replacement, I should say. And any other cities that you guys deem necessary. And then I like the idea of a 2-to-1 ratio, have you guys either go to the Planning Commission or the Public Works Sustainability Commission and look at that or an in lieu fee, and the viability of having the ordinance apply to commercial properties, exactly what to do for right-of-way, for again, in the setback zones, nowhere else. And then include, as per Councilmember Lowenstein talking about, the total cost of replacement, including the removal of the tree, if said trees suddenly die or disappear.
In addition to the penalty.
In addition to the penalty. Right. Yeah, for updating that ordinance on that portion. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Barron, is your hand back up?
It was back up. I like what Councilmember Nierenheim had to say. For this first go through, I kind of want to take a more graduated approach. The tracing and tracking of trees and the potential administrative costs that come along with it, the commercial property look at, the 2-for-1, having the study of what other cities are doing, the in lieu fees. I think for this first go around, that may be a little too heavy. And so I'll just make a substitute motion to include starting a little slower at first so we could get some data on trees. definitely include the total cost of replacement. I thought including the penalty that Councilmember Lowenstein brought up, if you would, in a motion. And come back, if you would, with the BRR information on the cost for the city to plant trees on private property at the request of homeowners, if homeowners want that. I think we should support it if we financially can. And some information as well as additional public spaces that are still available where we could fill trees. I like the idea of that close to the asphalt, close to the street, where we may have some heating issues. I'm not an expert in the area. So that would be my substitute motion, and I hear back from staff on those initial steps.
We have a second on the substitute motion?
What's the summary of Councilmember Nierenheim's motion versus this one? Or what's the distinction here?
As I heard it, under Councilmember Nierenheim's motion, we would study really several things associated with the 2-year health protection. So one would be parkway tree for any activity that's in the right of way. So if we're issuing a permit for driveway construction or utility, et cetera, if potentially the homeowner is doing work that could damage the health of the city's parkway tree, that we would be effectively holding them accountable for that fully loaded cost. We would also be exploring what we could do in private setback zones in terms of preserving private trees, heritage trees potentially. We would be looking at applying our requirements to commercial properties, so we could potentially expand the number of tree installations. We would look at the building requirement to replace trees that are lost in private construction, potentially at a 2-to-1 ratio. We would also be looking to see what other teeth we could apply to our existing ordinance for just a across the board sort of 2-year maintenance program for newly installed trees, whether they be in the parkway or on private property. So that's one motion. What I heard from Councilmember Barron is we would be really focused on the budget response report. We would be identifying new public space, or reminding the council, or re-identifying, if you will, the number of public spaces that are available that could receive additional tree installations. Of course, that would be part of the costing. We would explore how we're maintaining our current valuation program and looking at the penalty provision within our existing ordinance to ensure that we are obtaining full cost recovery in the event that there is somebody who has harmed a city tree, and really limit our initial exploration to those 3 exercises.
Thank you for that recap. All right.
I hope I captured that correctly, Councilman Emmerheim,
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
So we're looking for a second for the substitute motion.
So it seems like there's a little bit of overlap in the two. I would say that I'm open to exploring what other cities are doing in your motion. I think it's a lot for staff right now. When are you thinking of having this back? Is there a time?
It's not a rush, you know. I'm not I'm planting this and having it sprout right away with Miracle-Gro. You know, it's not a rush. It's yeah, we've got some other important things happening, but we need to, you know, start moving forward on this. So yeah.
So I
Let
would be
staff
open
decide.
to having the conversation with all of that information on the table, given that there's no timeline. I won't second your motion in this one, but.
Okay, so.
And may I just clarify, that the motion was not to bring back draft language per se,
No.
but a discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So
What would be permissible or advisable?
yeah, for further direction.
What's your recommendation?
Yeah.
So the substitute motion fails with lack of a second. Any other?
Yeah, can I make a friendly amendment to the motion? You include the BRR that we requested.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to have that in the motion.
Yeah, no, well, might as well add it now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll agree to that as well.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
All against?
No.
So 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the,
Amazing, we talked about that more than any other
I know.
item tonight, which is a good sign, I think. City manager items.
yeah, just a couple, quick download. Want to thank, as you all have, and I appreciate you all perhaps hosting our police and fire professionals at upcoming meetings. Few of you reached out about that possibility. That invitation goes to all of you. I've talked to Chief Hoffman and Chief Butler. They're happy to attend any of your upcoming meetings to discuss how we traditionally respond to these types of regional events, and then certainly what we did in this specific circumstance and this horrific set of
Part of my direction,
fires.
Mr. City Manager. And I meant to say our event's open to all districts and so feel free to come one, come all. We should have a lot of space.
Bring my passport.
And I don't want to steal their thunder at your meetings, but just to give you a little preview, we're hoping that we will have our 2 engines and our 4-person per engine, 8 total crew deployed from our fire department back home tonight, I believe is the current schedule. We're finally going to be released. We were hopeful we'd been released last weekend, and then middle of last week as additional Northern California resources and others arrived on scene. But given the nature of what's occurred, they've continued to need our support, and we have continued to provide it. And our folks have done just a fabulous job in assisting with this. And I couldn't be more proud of them, candidly. We're grateful, no injuries. We're home safe, it looks like, knock on wood, as soon as we get here. We will be pursuing full cost recovery for all of the deployment. Of course, over the full 14 days here plus. Really just a great job by our folks and a great job really teaming up with the regional response, which was so desperately needed. And then on the police side, our folks have been really active there too. Joe gave me some stats today. A little over 830 total hours provided of support by various sergeants and police officers. At any given night, we might have had 12 police officers supporting the regional deployment, particularly the Area G platoons. We had a sergeant or a second sergeant over multiple nights and really have been providing security and peace protection over the last, over really an 8-day period. We are home. That deployment has ended. Area G platooning on the police side has for the time being, subsided. But yeah, a little over 830 hours of work and 3 arrests associated with burglary suppression. So really good work by all of our folks. Again, just really proud of our team, really proud of the community support for this and helping the region. And, want to thank them all. So I fully welcome and fully support you all doing what you're going to do at the district meetings and giving them an opportunity to share their stories. And hopefully they'll all be rested and a little less blurry-eyed when they get that opportunity. So that's the latest there. Keep everybody in your thoughts, and we're proud of our public safety response. We candidly, I have no qualm saying this. We've got the best in the business. So,
Period. Yeah,
period.
I agree.
And that's all I have. There have been some questions about, hey, what is the community doing beyond our contributions in public safety? Some cities have decided to enact temporary ordinances to try to alleviate housing and other things. I think we're good on that. But one thing I would say that we do, and for those who are looking for long-term stay, we too, like the city of El Segundo, which recently enacted an ordinance for, we do have an exception and an exemption to our transient occupancy tax that's applied to hotel guests that are here for more than 30 days. So if people are asking, hey, what's the city doing to help, kind of those in need on a long-term stay basis, we too, as a city, have a TOT exception beyond that 30-day period. So, but that's, among many things, that's where we stand with this really region-changing event. It's going to have implications to real estate, to school support, to registration, for decades to come. So that's all I've got tonight.
If we got called up, I know we didn't, but if we got called up to provide emergency shelter, we're prepared to do that as well.
We are. We have contingency plans to activate. Our primary activation area is aviation gymnasium. That's where you have showers and communal facility. That's typically what our planning calls for. There has not been much talk of that, given, I think, the location where these fires had impact.
Right, but if we had
But if
to-
needed, we are prepared to respond if as necessary. But thankfully, thus far, that has not been a request.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Now on to mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
I have none right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'm going to try to do this as succinctly as possible. I want to get a BRR on the cost of a geologist to deal with the right-of-way for Metro.
Well, I will tell you, we have a contract coming back with an expert in that area. We've been vetting various consultants, and we finally have identified one that's willing to work with us and sit across the table from Metro.
Okay.
That's been a tough order. In fact, you approved a contract today with SWAPE, who's an air resources expert under the contracts under 35. That group is the first to join the team. And then we've got another contract coming on February 4th.
Okay.
For geo
Sound one,
work.
right?
And sound, yes. I believe the group we're proposing does all three. There's three areas, hazardous and the like, so.
Never mind.
Yeah, in the works, I should say.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
None for me, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right. I guess to the treasurer's comments, so we don't get another shellacking, are we having any council discussions about raising revenue in any respect, be it, Airbnb legalization in parts of the city or?
You know, those, Eugene and I talk offline about these things on occasion. You know, typically I bring those concepts up as part of the budget, and ultimately you have to decide if you want to take us up on any of that and have specific response. I have to go back and look at the motion. It sounds like there might have been a part of it that referenced some reporting on perhaps a component of those additional revenues.
Short-term rental is supposed to come back.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that. If that was part of the final motion, we'll get it back to you. I know that wasn't picked back up in the strat plan. So let me check on that status, but I can certainly resurrect those options as part of a
If
BRR.
it was part of the motion, which I think it was, I'd love to have it so I can display some of the emails I've gotten from residents complaining about their Airbnbs around them and the like.
Yeah, so I'll certainly check on the Airbnb discussion and
Anything else revenue oriented that we discussed for the future? Also, we did the BRR retrees. Can we get a BRR regarding crossing guards at Artesia and then North Redondo Beach Bike Path? Plus, Inglewood and Grant Avenue, and include in that BRR the latest status of efforts to attain school district contribution for crossing guards.
I'm sorry, what was the second location?
Inglewood and Grant, Artesia and the North Redondo Beach Bike Path.
Got it.
You're asking about adding them there.
Yes, the cost to add them there.
Cost and then
Get that at
contribution.
meeting. That would be appreciated. There's been an outcry by residents after a
Did you-
kid was hit by on a bike.
Did you
So,
want to ask Chief if there's any
Um,
research that needs to be done to verify that that's, I know that he has a process that he goes through to see if.
Yeah, we run accident
They have
history.
analyzed those intersections before.
Yeah, we'll look at accident history. We'll make sure the BR speaks to,
Include it,
yeah.
And then finally, I'd like to agendize a discussion, or maybe it can be put on consent for next week to direct our lobbyists to oppose SB 11 Wiener, aimed at exempting light rail projects along a row from CEQA analysis.
SB 11, okay.
Do we need to agendize that, or can I just sign something?
No, we have to talk about it.
That one, this is a new Senate bill. We should make sure it's within our normal platform. It sounds somewhat consistent, but we should probably bring it back as a referral. It wouldn't be consent, though. It's going to have to be a mayor and council referral item. Have to be a brief discussion.
Sounds good.
Councilmember Barrett?
None.
I have no new ones, but I do have a question on when we're bringing back the coyote management plan, because
Well,
coyote.
we need to vote on that referral.
Right, I
Oh,
second
sorry,
it.
sorry. Can I have a second on the referral?
Second.
I seconded it.
Okay, all four? Aye. Okay, sorry about that. So mine's not a new one, but just asking, we are getting into coyote
We
breeding
are,
season.
yeah, we need to get a quote for the EIR associated with that, so.
Before we go further, Mayor, may I ask a point of order? The motion we just had was on your coyote referral or on Zane's
No,
motion?
on Zane's.
Okay, so I abstain on that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
Eleanor?
it's 4-0.
4-0.
4 to abstain.
Eleanor, did you get the vote on that? I abstained on that vote. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, what did you say on the?
Yeah,
coyote?
we're working on the cost for the environmental review.
We're going to be in coyote season.
I know. So I think what we'll probably do is bring that cost back with the draft plan and then see what we can implement.
We can't implement without the EIR.
Yeah. So we need to get that funded and paid for. That's the difference.
It's also not
We're going to
critical.
be denning in next month.
I know.
Not critical.
Month away.
Not critical.
I mean, I brought this up. I'm not happy about this.
Well,
Yeah.
It's not critical.
It is when somebody gets bit. It's very critical.
I do have actually, one thing I missed, the harbor sailing program. When's that coming back?
The contract, as I understand it, is in negotiation with the operators. It's supposed to be soon.
Okay,
So they're in fairly frequent conversation now.
next month?
I think that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll see what we can bring back, sans the EIR. But
It's toothless. We couldn't do anything last year because we didn't have an EIR. It's a whole year.
Jim Light.
I understand. Okay. With that, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, all four?
I like to second things before they're.
You're just ahead.